zabo ke zomsebenzi base beyadukana.
And no one could give you the reason why they ran away when you
Did they
asked.
run away?
Can I just rephrase, my lord?
Yes.
And no one told you the reason why they decided to leave when you have instructed them to give you their appointment certificates.
No, akekho ke futhi nowanginikeza nesizathu ke sokuthi base beyahamba ke noma benyamalala ke uma sengifuna ke i-certificate zabo zokusebenza noma zomsebenzi.
But they defied your instruction. Am I correct?
You are right. Yabo ke kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke lokho mina ke engangicelile noma ngangithiwa mawakwenze abakwenza.
Okay. And when they left, you do not know where did they go to, whether they left the building or whether they went out of the building. The premises, I mean the premises of the magistrate office.
Is correct.
You are correct. Uqinisile ke ukuthi uma bephuma ke angazi noma bahamba bashiya ibhilidi noma babese khona ke lapho emagcekeni enkantolo.
Okay. Let's move on, Mr. Cronje, to the particulars of the so alleged attorney who represented accused number 2. You have testified that you did not make a copy of the certificate, fidelity certificate. Am I correct?
It's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. Ngishilo ke ukuthi ke i-copy ye-certificate lesa salo owayethi ngummeli angizange ngisenze.
Having failed to do that, did you ask from which law firm was he coming from? Was it an attorney or was it an advocate?
Ek het nie gevra nie. Dit was 'n prokureur gewees sover my kennis strek. En die Fidelity Fund sertifikaat is aanduidend vir my dat hy vir sy eie trust rekening praktiseer.
I did not ask. He was an attorney as far as my recollection goes, and the Fidelity Fund certificate was then indicative that he was responsible for his own trust. Angizange ngibuze ke nokuthi ukuthi kuya kuyiphi ke ifirm noma ke ihhovisi labameli futhi ke nalana i-certificate lesi ke siyasho ke ukuthi ke usebenzela noma kwakuyi trust eyakhe.
Okay, so we're not sure whether he was a practicing advocate or practicing attorney. Am I correct?
Ek het nie verder daarop ingegaan nie. U is korrek.
You are correct. I didn't go further into that. Qinisileke angizange ngijuleke noma ngene kabanzi ke mayelana naleyo mininingwane.
And you also did not ask any mandate, written mandate, for him to be able to present the accused that was before you. You did not ask that.
Nee, want die deposant het vir my aangedui dit is sy prokureur wie hy aangestel het en met wie hy gekonsulteer het. En dit is ook bevestig deur hierdie meneer Muhlapi dat hy aangestel is deur meneer Ntanzi, dat hy met hom gekonsulteer het en dat hy hom verteenwoordig.
No.
So ek het nie verder daarop ingegaan.
No, I didn't, because the deponent confirmed to me or told me that that was his attorney, that he had appointed, that he had consulted with, and it was also confirmed that by this Mr. Muhlapi that he had been instructed or appointed and also consulted.
Besides being confirmed by the accused.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, my lord.
Sorry. Lana ke angizange okwenzeka la ukuthi ke yena ke umnumzana uNtanzi ke uyena wangitshela ukuthi ummeli wakhe ke lona amqoka nokuthi asifuthi asekhulumile ke naye ke uNjiyako wase eyakuvuma ke ukuthi ngempela ke umele yena ke futhi uconsultile naye.
No, besides what was said by the accused, Ms. Cronje, I'm just asking if you, as an officer of the court, did ask the attorney for the mandate to represent the accused.
Ek het nie gevra of hy 'n mandaat gekry het van enigiemand anders nie. Hy het wel net aangedui dat hy wel aangestel is, dat hy instruksies ontvang het en dat hy wel behoorlik gekonsulteer het. En hy het aangedui dat dit van meneer Ntanzi kom.
I did not ask him for any mandate coming from any person. He just confirmed that indeed he was appointed and that he had thoroughly consulted with Mr. Ntanzi. angibuzanga ke noma ngiceleke incwadi ke eshoyo noma ekhombisayo ke ukuthi ngempela ke uqokiwe uyena ummeli, kodwa ke nje ngamkela ke lokho akushoyo ukuthi impela ke utholile ke instruction yokuthi amele uMr Ntanzi nokuthi ke usekhulume xoxile naye lokhu kubizwa ukuthi uconsult.
When you had been given the document by the other magistrate and you went inside into your office to take this statement, why was it necessary to allow the other 2 police officers to enter inside the room where you were taking this statement?
U sal onthou dat toe ek aangekom het, meneer Liesering genader het, hy was op daardie stadium onbekend aan my, en gevra het vir die aanstellingssertifikate van almal teenwoordig.
You will recall that as I came, I then approached Mr. Liesering, who was at that particular time unknown to me, and requested the appointment certificates of everyone that was present there. Uzokhumbula-ke ukuthi inkathi ngifika lapho ngaya-ke ku-Liesering engangingamazi ngaleso sikhathi, ngase ngicela-ke ama-certificate noma appointment certificate ayena wonke umuntu owayekhona lapho.
Dis nie op my verskaf op daai stadium nie, en ek is in die kantoor in.
It was not provided to me at that point in time. I then went into the office. Kodwa-ke angikunikezwanga lokho ngaleso sikhathi, ngase ngena ngaphakathi ehhovisi.
Toe hulle ingekom het ons nog nie begin nie, en die doel was om aan my die kopie te verskaf van daai 2 aanstellingssertifikate van meneer Liesering en meneer, ekskuus ek moet kyk, meneer Jonathan.
When they entered at that time, we hadn't started, and the reason for them coming in, it was to provide me with those 2 copies of the appointment certificate of Mr. Liesering as well as Mr. Jonathan. Kathi bengena-ke sasingekaqali ngalutho, futhi-ke uma bangena-ke bezonginikeza-ke amakhophi alezo certificate-ke zakhe uLiesering kanye noJonathan.
I listened to the record and specifically to the questions that were asked by my learned colleague, Mr. Advocate Mngomezulu, regarding the constitutional rights of the accused. Do you still remember that?
Kan jy net spesifiseer ten opsigte van wat se konstitusionele regte, want ek is gevra op verskeie van dit?
Can you just be specific as to which one? Because I was asked about a few or quite a few of them.
Yeah, the right to be taken to court within 48 hours. You remember those rights?
I remember.
Yes, the right to remain silent.
I remember.
And the rest of the constitutional rights that were put to you on Friday. Or do you want me to ask you if you did explain the constitutional rights of the accused? I don't want to go back, wherein we have already answered.
Kan iemand net asseblief spesifiek wees aan die verwys na die konstitusionele regte waaroor ek gevra is, sodat ek net die vraag kan volg.
Just for me to be
en
able,
korrek kan antwoord.
just for me to be able to follow your question and to answer you correctly, you just have to be specific.
Die konstitusionele regte wat ek wel verduidelik het, is op die dokument gemerk JJ.
The constitutional rights which I inquired about or which I asked about are on the document exhibit JJ. Lana ke engabuza ngawo ke mina ke amalungelo ngokomthetho sisekelo akhona ke kule document JJ, kuzofanele nje uqonde ukuthi ukhuluma ngaliphi noma ngawaphi.
The right to be taken to court within 48 hours. Do you know that right? Have you heard about that right?
Natuurlik.
Of course, yebo ke singengezwa ke ngalelo lungelo ukuthi ke bisikhathi ke samahola 48 fanele umuntu asiwe enkantolo.
Did you explain that to him?
Ek het hom nie pertinent sy aandag daarop gebring nie.
I didn't pertinently bring his attention to that specific aspect. Ukuthi ke ngamtshela ke ukuqondile ke mayelana nalelo ilungelo.
Okay. Thank you for that concession. Now, the reason why I'm picking that one, it's because from this pro forma, you recorded that accused number 2 reported to you that he has been detained from the 16th until the 24th, or until the day when he appeared before you. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yebo ke kubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi waboshwa ke zo-16 kwaze kwayileli langa ke langa 24 alethwa ngalo kumina.
And if you can just refresh your memory, he even said, in other words, he was reporting to you that he has not been taken to court. Did you listen to that?
Hy het gesê hy is op die 16de gearresteer. As ek net gou na my notas toe kan gaan op hierdie
If I can just go,
bewyse.
if I can just go to my notes on this exhibit, he said he was arrested on the 16th.
Sorry, can you give us the paragraph?
Paragraaf 9 op bladsy 4.
Paragraph 9 of page 4. Paragraph
Okay.
9 ngelaoga page 4.
Yes, you can respond.
Hy het gesê hy is op die 16de gearresteer. Hy het geen vooruitgang gesien nie. Ek gaan net aanhaal wat hy hier in Engels aan my meegedeel het. I saw no progress. I didn't see or understand what was going on. I didn't understand when I was supposed to appear in court. I know I was arrested. If one is arrested, they have to appear in court. I decided I want to come to court and I called my attorney and told him I wanted to come to court.
Ngangingazi noma ngaboshwa angiqale lapho ngaboshwa ke ziwu16 ngabona ke nginanqibekela phambili ngangazi futhi ke ngingazwisisi ukuthi kwenzakalani noma kuqhubekani ngangingakuzwisisi ke nokuthi nokuthi kwakufanele ukuthi ke ngiyovela ke ngaphambi kwemanje ngiyakwazi ke okay ngiyazi ukuthi ngangiboshiwe futhi ke uma kuukuthi umuntu eboshiwe ufanele ayovela ke phambi kwemanje noma ke aye enkantolo ngase ngithatha ke isinqumo sokuthi ngifuna ukuze enkantolo ngaxhumana ke nommeli wami ngamtshela ukuthi ngifisa ukuze enkantolo.
From my understanding of what you recorded here, it means or it shows that the accused was complaining to you about the unlawful detention, about the fact that he has been detained from the 16th without appearing in court. Am I correct?
Dis korrek.
If you read this.
Dis korrek.
Yes.
Dit was ook vir my baie duidelik uit hierdie paragraaf dat hy bewus was van sy regte in terme van die konstitusie en dit is ook hoekom hy dan die prokureur gekontak het om hom voor die hof te bring.
That is-
Hof toe te bring.
That is correct, and it indicates in this paragraph that he was very much aware of his constitutional right, which is then why he contacted his attorney to bring him before court. Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi lana ke yes, that's what I said. Kuyiqiniso ke uyasho ke lana ukuthi amalungelo akhe kwakuumuntu owaziyo amalungelo akhe futhi ke kungingakho nje aqhumana ke nommeli wakhe ukuthi ke amlethe enkantolo.
Forget about the communication between the client and the so-called attorney because you were not there. Am I correct?
Dit is korrek.
Okay.
Ek kan net rapporteer en ek het dit ook geskryf wat hy vir my gesê het. So wat hy vir sy prokureur meegedeel het, sal ek nie vir u kan sê nie.
That is correct. I can only report that because that is also what I wrote here. But what it is that he discussed with his lawyer, I cannot tell you.
Yes.
Waxoxa ke noma wakhulumisana nabo nommeli wakhe angeke ngitshele mina ngibhale nje lokho angitshela kona.
So let's refrain from making any reference to their conversation. I'm talking about you when you were recording this. What rang into your mind? What did you understand by a person who is saying, I have not been taken to court? I have been in detention from the 16th until today, which was the 24th, if I'm correct, 24th of June.
Dit is korrek.
Yes, that was 8 days.
Dit is korrek.
Yes.
That is correct. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kwaba amalanga awu-80 ke lawo suka ngazi 16 kuze kube lelanga lange-24.
Ek het ook dit self opgemerk en as 'n onreëlmatigheid beskou.
I also noticed that and considered it to be an irregularity.
Okay.
Ngakubona ke lokho futhi ngakubona ke ukuthi lena ke kwakuyinto ke engafanele ukuthi yenzekile
Op
noma
daardie stadium want ek het nie meer inligting gehad as wat vir my gegee is nie.
at that stage because I did not have any further information except that which I was told. Ngaleso sikhathi leso ngoba kwakungekho kunye enganginakho noma ulwazi enganginalo ngaphandle kwalolo engalitshelwa.
Don't worry, just stick here to paragraph 9. We're dealing with paragraph 9, nothing else outside paragraph 9. This person was complaining, why did you proceed with someone who had indicated to you that he was in an unlawful detention from the 16th of June? Why did you proceed in taking down the statement from a person who had been kept in an unlawful detention?
Hy was verdedig op daai stadium. Hy was begeerig om die verklaring te maak op
Okay.
daai stadium.
He was represented at that stage. He wanted to, from him, he's the one who showed that desire to speak or to say something at the time. Wayenomeli ufuna ukwazi kumele ukuthi kwakungani ke uma umuntu ekutshela ke ukuthi manje ubeboshwe noma ke ugcinwe ngendlela ke engekho emthethweni ukuthi uqhubeke. Lo muntu wayenomeli ngalesi sikhathi futhi kwakuphuma kuyena ukufuna ukukhuluma into eyayisuka kuyena.
Op daardie stadium was ek van oordeel gewees dat dit nie nodig was om die verrigtinge tot 'n stop te bring.
And at that particular time, I also did not consider it, I also did not see it necessary or deem it necessary to bring the proceedings to a halt or to stop with the proceedings.
Okay.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke angizange ngikubone ke ukuthi ke kuyisidingo ukuthi ke ngingaqhubeki.
Okay. You have also, in your examination in chief, if I remember very well, indicated to the accused in various ways that he must feel free and respond to you any irregularities and you will help him. Am I correct?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Bekuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ekhulumeni kwami naye ngamtshela ke ukuthi akakhululeke ke akusho ke okungenzekanga ke ngendlela ke.
Now, after telling you this, that he had been kept in an unlawful detention, what did you do as a magistrate to release him?
Dit is nie binne my magte om hom vry te laat nie en ek het hierdie aangeleentheid ten opsigte van hierdie punt aan die senior landros gerapporteer nadat die konfessie afgeneem is.
It was not within my powers to release him. And this particular aspect, I mentioned it or I reported it to the senior magistrate upon the completion of taking down the confession. Kwangekho kimina ke ukuthi ngimdedeleke okanye ngithi ke akahambeke futhi ke lo daba lolu ke ngalibika ke kumantshi ke ephethe noma ke senior magistrate uma sengiqedile ke ukuthi ngibhale phansi noma ngithatheke le statement lesi.
Yes, I agree. It was not within your powers to release the accused, but it was within your powers to stop and to say, I cannot proceed taking down a statement from a person who has been or who is in unlawful detention before me. Am I correct?
Dit was nie op daai stadium vir my geoorloof om dit te doen nie, aangesien ek slegs 'n eensydige weergawe het van sy kant af van hoe hy voor my gebring is en ek nie al die feite gehad het nie. Dit was nie my geoorloof om die verrigtinge
Ek het net die woord geoorloof verstaan.
Dit was nie
Okay. It was not in my authority for me to do that or to release him at that
Okay.
stage, and I only had this one-sided version from him. Ngaleso sikhathi ke kwakungekho kumina ke noma ke ngingenawo ke amagunya ke ukuthi ngingamdedela ke futhi ke enganginako ke kwakuyiloko engikutshelwa uyena kuphela.
Okay. Did you ask the police officer who had brought the accused why he has not been taken to court?
Nee, maar die polisiebeampte was nie teenwoordig op daai stadium nie.
No, because the police officer was not present at that particular time.
After-
Angizange ngilibuze ke iphoyisa lamletha ngoba lalingekho ngaleso sikhathi.
Okay. After when they were back to take him or later?
Nee, want
You
toe die
didn't.
tyd toe ek die kantoor verlaat het, was daar niemand in die gang nie die deposant nie die polisie nie en die enigste ander persoon was die senior landros.
No, because at that time there was no one in the passage, not the deponent, not the police. The only person that was in the passage was the senior magistrate. Ngaleso sikhathi ke uma sengiphuma ke sengiqedile ke nami wayengekho ke lona beqeda ukunikeza ke ngestatement kumina iphoyisa uyedwa nje kuphela umuntu wayekhona ke kwakume umantshi ophethe noma ke senior magistrate.
Okay. Did you make a note to the senior magistrate that the police must be informed to take the accused to court?
Ek glo nie, ek kan nie onthou dat ek dit van daai woorde gesê het nie. Ek het wel vir hom gesê dat dit blyk, sover ek kan onthou, dat dit blyk dat die man op 16 gearresteer is en hy's nog steeds nie voor 'n hof gebring nie.
I do not recall her putting it in those exact words or words that you just mentioned, but I remember telling the magistrate the senior magistrate that it appears that the gentleman was arrested on the 16th and he hasn't been brought before court up till that day. Angikhumbule ke ngikusho lokho ngalawo mazwi ke owashoyo ke, kodwa ngiyakhumbula nje ke usenior magistrate ngimtshela ke ukuthi umlisa lona ke waboshwa ziwu-16 kuze kube lelo langa lelo ke akaka lethwa ke ngaphambi kwayo imantshi.
Okay. About the rest of the complaint that he had not taken a bath since he was detained on the 16th. Did you do anything regarding that?
Nee,
No, ukuthi ke akazange ke agezeke kusukela ngazo i-16 akukho ke engakwenza ngalokho.
He also had reported that he also needed to call his family. I think that was part of the complaint in this paragraph.
dis korrek.
That
Yes.
is correct. Yebushilo ke nokuthi wayefuna nokuxhumana nomndeni wakhe.
Did you do anything about that?
Nee.
No, akukho ke mayelana nalokho engakwenza.
So what was the use of you explaining to the accused that he must be free and report anything because you'll be able to assist him?
Dit is ten opsigte van onreëlmatighede of enige vorm van menseregte vergrype. Die ander aspekte kan ek self nie vir hom reëlings tref nie, ek kan dit wel notuleer en dit sal dan by wyse van die oorhandiging van die dokument aan onder die polisie se aandag kom.
No, it was with regards to any irregularity as well as human rights or his rights of being infringed, his rights being infringed. But with regards to the other aspects, I could not make any arrangements or do any other arrangements regarding that, except just to note that and bring it to the police's attention.
Yeah, but-
Kwangekho ke engangingakwenza ke mayelana nokunye engangifisa nje ukuthi ngikwazi kuba ngabe nje kukhona okwenziwa okumayelana ke noma ungahambisani nomthetho mayelana namalungelo akhe ke, kodwa ke okunye lokhu ngangakubhala nje phansi bese ngitshela amaphoyisa ngabo.
But that also included this right that you are dealing with here. The right to be informed about being taken to court within 48 hours. That you did not do anything about that as we have promised him.
Hy was bewus gewees van sy regte en dit is waarom hy gereël het om voor 'n hof gebring te word of hof toe gevat te word, sal ek maar sê. En hierdie vergryping is gerapporteer aan die senior landros.
He was aware of his rights, which is then why he then arranged to be brought before a court, and this infringement was brought to the attention of the senior magistrate. Amalungelo akhe ke wayewazi, ingakho ke ayenzake ukuthi alethweke ngaphambi kwenkantolo, futhi lokho ke mayelana nalelo daba lolo ngalidlulisa ke kuyona imantshi ephethe.
But you are the person who knew, who had a duty to explain the rights to the accused, and you failed to do so.
Ek het dit nie nodig geag vir iemand wat duidelik vanuit sy mededeling en sy klagte reeds bewus is van daardie reg om dit weer te herhaal nie. Ek het dit wel beskou as my plig om dit te rapporteer en ek het dit aan my senior landros gedoen.
I did not see it as being necessary for someone who was very much aware of that particular right to repeat it to him again. But what I did is that I noted it and reported it to my senior. Sorry.
Ek wil net ook byvoeg, jy moet ook onthou hy was nie 'n onverdedigde persoon nie en was hy ook dan in die teenwoordigheid van sy prokureur en was die ook deeglik bewus van sy mededelings.
And I also want to mention this, that we are not speaking here about someone who was not represented. He was represented. The legal representative was also very much aware of what was being said. Futhi ke lana ke lokhu ke engikhuluma ngako ke angizange ngisibone isidingo sokuthi ngikuphinde ngoba ke kwacacepha ke ukuthi lo muntu amalungelo wakhe ke uyawazi, futhi ke mina ke ukuthi nje ngangidlulisa kwimantshi ephethe lana, futhi asikhulumi ngomuntu owayengenayo ummeli wakhe wayekhona ke lapho ummeli ekwazi noma enolwazi laloko okushiwoyo noma okukhulunywayo.
I think let's move on. We have already considered that no constitutional right you explained. Now let's come to the injuries. I listened to the examination in chief when?
I think it's correct that no constitutional rights.
Yeah, it's not correct. We all know it.
Thank you, my lord. Let's now move on. You have testified that you have been serving as a magistrate for a longer period. You can just remind me, for how many years of experience have you been working as a magistrate?
Sedert 1996, eerste van die 7.
The 1st of July 1996.
Yeah, which is how many years? Can you count?
Ek het dit nou nie uitgewerk nie, seker hier by die 30 jaar.
I didn't count it, somewhere around the 30 years.
Somewhere around 30 years. You're not sure.
Dat ek dit net vir u uitwerk as u my net 'n geleentheid sal gun. Ek is ongelukkig nou nie iemand wat trek hou van alles wat ek doen nie.
Just work it out for you.
Dis 27 jaar.
27 years.
Okay.
Take minyaka u-27 ike lo ngisebenza njengemanje.
In civil court or in criminal court?
Hoofsaaklik die kriminele hof met afwisseling met die familie.
Mostly the criminal court, and then at the times I would then do the family court.
Okay. Also to the family court?
Ja.
Yes.
In die distrikse word ons maar geallikeer tot alle howe.
In the district court,
Hoofsaaklik familie as kriminele hof en dan so tussen in die familie hof.
in the district court we are located in all the courts, but mostly it's the criminal court, but then in between will also be placed in the family court.
Oh, okay. So you are not a regional court magistrate?
Nee.
Oh.
No, I'm gonna get Imanji, yes, regional court.
Ah, okay. Now I understand. Okay. Do you agree with me that a person, if he has been assaulted, there may be visible injuries and there may also not be visible injuries?
Is correct.
You are correct. Uqiniseke ukuthi uma umuntu ke eshayiwe ngakhona ke ukulimala okubonakalayo nokungabonakali futhi.
And the mere absence of physical injuries does not suggest that he was not assaulted.
Dis correct.
That is correct. Uqiniseke nokuthi ukungabonakali ke kwamanqeba noma ukulimala akusho ke lokho ukuthi akashayiwe noma akazange ashaye.
And you also said when you completed this form, what did you do with it?
Nadat ek dit voltooi het of wat presies bedoel jy?
After I completed, or what do you precisely mean?
Sorry?
After completing it, or what is it? What do you mean precisely?
After completing the document you were busy with, Exhibit JJ.
Ekskuus, ek volg u nie.
I don't get you.
There is Exhibit JJ in front of you.
Yeah.
It was completed by you.
Dit is korrek.
After completing that exhibit, what did you do with it?
Praat u nou van die volledige dokument of net spesifieke bladsye?
Are you referring to specific pages or the entire document?
I'm referring to Exhibit JJ.
Ek weet nie of ek
When-
reg
when you-
verstaan nie, maar die prosedure wat ek gevolg het is nadat ek die volledige dokument voltooi het, as ook aanhangsel A, dit is nou die verklaring. Dis die verklaring volledig teruggetolk aan die deposant, waar hy versoek is om te teken in die teenwoordigheid van myself, die tolk en sy prokureur, en ek en die tolk het ook die bladsy onderteken.
I don't know whether I understand you correctly, but after completing the entire document, that is now including the statement, it was then the statement. It was then requested that it be interpreted back in full, be interpreted back to him, whereupon he was then requested to sign in my presence, as well as that of the interpreter and his lawyer. Myself and the interpreter also then signed. Emuva ke kokuthi konke ke noma seniqede ngakho konke lokhu wase efundelwa naso ke futhi statement ukubhalwa phansi, wase ngase ngicela kutolika ukuthi ke amfundeleke noma ke amtolikeleke sona sonke, wase ecelwa ukuthi asayinde, esayinda ngikhona, utolike khona, ummeli wakhe khona, ngase nami ngiyasayinda kanye naye utolika wasayina.
Thank you, my daughter, for no further questions.
in the re-examination.
Voor een antwoord deur op 'n vraag deur advokaat Mshololo of die afwesigheid van uitwendige beserings nie noodwendig beteken dat 'n persoon nie aangerand is nie en hy het gesê.
Okay, from a question posed to you by Advocate Mshololo that the absence of any visible injuries is not an indication that there was no assault. You responded yes.
My Lord,
Yes, Mr. Mgomezo.
I'm so sorry to interject. My Lord, I think we made a mistake as the defense from the reading of the evidence at the inception of the evidence of witness. If my learned colleague is asking in Afrikaans, the reason that came why I'm saying this, it would be difficult for us who does not understand Afrikaans to note if there is a need to rise for an objection, my Lord.
Now, at the beginning,
That's the problem that
At the beginning, I asked whether all the councils wanted the services of Mr. Jonas to interpret from English to Zulu, Zulu to Afrikaans, Afrikaans to Zulu, and vice versa. And he's been doing it all the proceedings. Even when you put a question, Mr. Jonas interprets it in English and Zulu.
May I request, my Lord, if it is not prejudicial to the state to re-examine in English?
No, the witness said he prefers speaking Afrikaans.
I'm referring to the counsel, not to the witness. So that
Well,
you can follow
no, Mr.
if
Gomez, if I understand court procedure, if a witness prefers to speak Afrikaans, when I was practicing, magistrate would say, you can't be admitted as an attorney or an advocate as you need to be a talach. So, so when we were practicing, this is what Mr. Balo is actually doing. If a witness says he prefers Afrikaans, Balo can address that witness in English. Because if he addresses her in English, then Mr. Jonas must interpret for that witness from Afrikaans to English. I said, Mevrouw Cronje, yes, a land process.
Objection, my lord. Objection, my lord. I beg to differ, my lord. If the witness is testifying in the language of his choice, be
Yeah.
it in Zulu or Nguni or Afrikaans, we have had witnesses testifying in their own language of their own choices. But none of us have cross-examined or led evidence in the language of which is the choice of the witness. The witness can testify, can use any language, but the court officials to not to use that language, my lord, to continue using the English language, which is understandable by everyone, all officers in court. We are not, my lord, say the witness should use English.
Oh, so,
Yes, the witness can use the language of her own choice.
so Mr. Balo is the one who must use English.
Yes, my lord, because
Okay, fine. Mr.
Thank you,
Baloyi,
my lord.
You say
it's no problem at all, as long as the witness is comfortable with that.
English.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't even want to be labored.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, my lord.
You testified in cross-examination by counsel for accused number 5 that the absence of visible injuries doesn't mean that a person hasn't been assaulted, and you answered yes to that question.
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Yebo ngishilo-ke ukuthi umbuzo obuzwe uyena-ke ummevi kamsolo wesihlanu ukuthi-ke ungabonakali-ke noma-ke ungabikho ungabonakali-ke kokulimala noma-ke kwamanqeba-ke lokho akusho-ke ukuthi umuntu akashayiwe.
I just want to take you to page 4, paragraph 10 of Exhibit JJ, the pro forma.
Paragraph 10A reads as follows. Do you have any bruises or injuries of any kind? If so, please show them to me if it's possible for you to do so. What does it relate to? Does it relate to visible injuries, or does it refer to internal injuries, or to both?
Alle beserings.
All injuries. Lo mbuzo ke olana ke ukuthi ingaba unayo yini imihuzuko noma ke ukulimala noma bayiphi ke inhlomo. Uma kunjalo ke ngicela ungitshengiseke uma kuukuthi ke uyakwazi ukuthi wenze njalo. Uthi ke lo yambuzo ke ukhuluma nje awukhulumi nje ngala abonakala kuphela kodwa nje konke ukulimala.
Can you be more specific? If you say all injuries, what do you mean?
Sigbare beserings of nie sigbare beserings.
Visible injuries or those injuries that are not visible. Lana ke khulunywa ngalana ke manxa babonakalayo nangabonakali futhi.
You also in cross-examination by Advocate Mshololo for accused number 5. With regard to the question that the accused mentioned to you that he was arrested on the 16th of June 2020, you reply that you reported that to the senior magistrate.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Do you know if further steps were taken?
Nee, want ek het daarna nie weer gehoor van die aangeleentheid nie.
No, because I didn't hear about the matter thereafter. Yebo ngishilo ke ukuthi lokho ngangidlulisa ke kuyona ke imanje phethe mayelana nokuthi ke waboshwa ziwu16 wase kushayela lelanga la nge24 engekavela enkantolo ukuthi akhona yini amanyathelo athathwa ke angazi ngoba ke angiphindanga ngezwa ngalo daba ka emuva kwalokho.
If we can just thresh out this aspect, what is the nature of your duties when you take down a statement in terms of Section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act? Do your duties extend to inquiring as to the person's court appearances?
Wel, dit is 'n tweeledige antwoord. Ek moet vasstel of hy vrywillig of ongedwonge voor die hof is.
It is a two-way question. I must find out if he is doing this freely and voluntarily as well as he was not coerced. Fanele ngibuzeke ukuthi umuntu enza statement ukwenza lokho kuphuma kuyena akaphoqiwe yini.
En ek wil net ook hier sê met hof verwys ek na myself, die landros wat genader is vir bekentenis.
And I also want to mention that here when I'm referring to the court, I'm now referring to myself being the magistrate that was approached for the confession. Uma ngikhuluma lana ke enkantolo ngikhuluma ngami ke umanje oceliwe ke ukuthi azothatha lesi statement.
Ek moet vasstel of hy nigter en by sy volle positiewe is.
Must also ascertain or establish whether he was in his sound and sober senses.
En of hy sonder onbehoorlike beïnvloeding gebring is vir 'n bekentenis.
And whether he was brought without any undue influence for this confession. Lana ke kufanele ngikwenzeke ukuthi uma elethwa ke lo muntu noma esephambi kwami ke ulethwe kumina ke futhi engaphoqiwe yini nokuthi ke usemqondweni ke noma ke emqondweni ke ngokuphelele akukho yini okumphazamisayo.
Op daai stadium is dit nie my plig om verder in te gaan ten opsigte van die beweringe nie, behalwe om te notuleer wat hy sê.
At that stage, it was now not for me to go deeper or further with regards to the allegation, but to note down what he says. Kwangafaneleke kumina ukuthi ngibese ngiyaqhubeka-ke mayelana ney'nsolo-ke ngaphandle kokuthi ngibhaleke lokhu akushoyo.
En onreëlmatighede te rapporteer, soos wat ek wel gedoen.
As well as to report irregularities as I've done there. Nokuthi ke ngichazeke noma ngikusho-ke lokho okungahambanga ke ngendlela nanjengoba ngenzile khona lapha.
Wat my betref is dit die verhoorhof voor wie hy gebring word wat 'n verder ondersoek in daai verband sal.
As far as I'm concerned, it is now the trial court that would then have to go further or to inquire further with regards to those issues. Ngesingami ke inkantolo ke icala lakhe elizoqhula kuyona ke la elizoqhula khona ke ekuzofanele ukuthi ke ibe siyaqhubeka ke ngalolu daba lowo.
wat ook normale praktyk is in die strafhowe wanneer 'n persoon vir die eerste keer voor jou verskyn.
Which is also normal practice in our criminal court when a person is appearing for the first time. Ekuyindlela ke ekwenziwa ngayo ke kwinkantolo zethu uma kuukuthi umuntu ke uvela noma kuyihlandla lokuqala evela phambi kwemantshi.
And at this stage, when you took down this statement, were you aware of any previous court appearances or not?
Nee.
No, ngaleso sikhathi ke ephambi kwami ke ngangazi ke nokuthi ke ngaphambilini ke noma kwakhona yini ukuvela ke enkantolo ngaphambilini.
Now, counsel for accused 1 and 2 put it to you that Sergeant Muhlapi, that you have referred to in your evidence, was present when you completed the pro forma and also when you took down the statement of the deponent. Can I just ask once again, just to put in record what you have noted on Exhibit JJ? That last paragraph that is in your handwriting, that starts with Sergeant V. Muhlapi. Page 1.
Ek het genotuleer as volg.
I noted as follows, ngabhala ngale ndlela ke.
Sergeant Muhlapi accompanied by heavily armed Metro Police officials, of which most members left when asked for their appointment certificates, to remain outside the office door. Sergeant Muhlapi was ook nie teenwoordig toe die bekentenis afgeneem is nie.
Sergeant-
Hy het ook net sy aanstellingssertifikaat gegee en hy het die kantoor verlaat.
Sergeant Muhlapi was also not present when the confession was taken down. He only brought his appointment certificate and left the office. Lana ke kubhaliwe ukuthi uSergeant V. Muhlapi owayehamba ke namaphoyisa ke eMetropolis ayehlomile uningi labo noma ke uningi lwabo ke abathi bahamba uma ke becelwa ke ukuthi abaletheke amaphepha atshengisayo ke noma ke ama appointment certificates abo, kwasala ababili ngaphandle ke besigaba sehhovisi. Yena ke uMuhlapi ke naye ke akazange abe khona noma wayengekho ngaphakathi nkathi ke statement lesi sithathu, waletha nje certificate sakhe wabe sephuma.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects.
Yeah, thanks. Just one aspect which may have not been covered. This Mr. Mziako, kan jy sy gestaltes verduidelik? Can you define and this physique? Is he a fat man, tall man, short man? Was he on a wheelchair, whatever? But I just want his physical appearance.
Ek het geen disabilities opgemerk nie. Sy lengte was min of meer my lengte gewees.
I did not notice any disabilities. His length was more or less my length, my lord. Angizange ngibone ukulimala ke okwakuyena ke umnumzana umjiyabo, futhi ke ungathi nje wayelingana nami.
Hy was skraal gebou gewees
He was slender in build, wayemncane ke ngomzimba.
en hy was geklee netjies in 'n pak klere en hy het vir my voorgekom asof hy ouer is as hierdie meneer Ntanzi.
He was neatly dressed in a suit, and to me he appeared older than Mr. Ntanzi. Owayegqoke kahle ke efake isuti, futhi ke ngendlela ke owayebukeka ngayo ke ebukeka ke emdala kunaye umnumzana uNtanzi.
Was he carrying a bag like normal legal practitioner would do?
Ek het geen draasak of aktetas by hom gesien nie. Ek het niks in sy hande gesien.
I did not see any bag, my lord, and on him in his possession, and I also did not see anything in his hands.
Wat taste betref.
As far as bags are concerned, my lord, angizange ngibone lutho ke isaka ke kena noma ke owayephethe kena esandleni.
And according to you, how many hours did you spend with him and accused number 1 being present?
Ongeveer 3 ure. Ek het toe ons begin het die tyd genotuleer en toe ek heeltemal
Ja.
klaar is die tyd genotuleer.
About
Almost approximately 3 hours, my lord. I noted the time when we started as well as when we finished. I noted the time. Matamahora, 3.
So he said throughout the whole interview,
Dit is
never
so.
excused himself to go to the bathroom, whatever. Het
Niemand
net
het
op stel
gevra.
gesê daar so.
Ja, niemand het gevra om die kantoor te verlaat nie.
No one requested to leave the office. Akekho wacela ukuthi aphume lapho.
Remember, it was put to you that he was never there. And if he was there, did accused number 2 at any stage during that 3 years say, Maravi is the man? But maybe Lenker can sit. No remarks like that.
Nee, want toe hy ingekom het ek hom pertinent gevra en ek het meneer Ntanzi op daai stadium geadresseer en ek het vir hom pertinent gevra wie is hierdie man wat hier saam met jou in die kantoor is met die pak klere waarna hy vir my gesê dis sy prokureur.
No, my lord, because I pertinently addressed him and I addressed Mr. Ntanzi and asked him, who is this man who is seated here dressed in a suit? And then he responded by saying, it is my legal representative. Lapho ke ngambuza ke ngaxoxa naye ngakhuluma naye ke ngamqonda ke ngase ngikhuluma naye ke Mr. Ntanzi ukuthi ubani ke lo mliso hlezi la ogqeka isuti wasethi ummeli wami.
Thank you. Any questions arising?
Only one question, my lord. What was the color of the suit?
Sover my rekolleksie is, ek kan nie regtig waar onthou nie. Ek dink dit was dalk so 'n groenerige kleur, maar ek kan ook as ek vir u wil sê wat die pertinente kleur was.
I cannot
Ek
tell-
kan regtig nie.
I cannot remember. I cannot tell you the precise color, but dark greenish. Angeke ngitshele kuye nambala ke wayo ke lesuit kodwa ngathi nje
Maar dit kon
dark.
ook 'n brein gewees het. Ek het nie so opgelet na die kleur van die pakklere nie, behalwe dat hy baie netjies geklee was, soos wat die prokureur se kleur wanneer hulle na die hof toe kom.
Maybe it could have been brown, but I cannot tell you the precise color. But he was neatly dressed, as is the norm with lawyers, with as far as dress code is concerned. Angeke ngisho kuwena mhlawumbe wawubrown kodwa egqoke kahle njena ngendlela abameli abagqoka ngayo.
So last question, ma'am. Was he recording notes? Was he taking notes?
Is it arising, Mr.
My lord,
You're a senior counsel, Mr. Mkubezo. Is it arising from what I asked? You
especially,
can ask for an indulgence. There's no problem.
may I ask for indulgence, my lord? Because he was not in possession of a bag. Was he taking notes of some kind?
Ek sal nie vir u kan sê nie, ek het nie so opgelet nie.
I cannot tell you. I didn't note as such. Angeke ngitshele ukuthi wayebhala angizange ngiqaphele lokho.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mnisi. Geen vrae, meneer of Mnisi. Met geen vrae.
Nee,
Excellent.
nee, guys.
Thank you,
Mr.
I have no
Ngumalo?
questions. I have no
No
questions.
questions. Arising, Mr. Mkubezo.
Just one, my lord. I think it's coming from the questions from the court, my lord.
Yes. No, the ones here. Fine.
Thank you, my lord. After, besides getting the information, looking at the dress code and the height, observing the physical appearances of that person who referred to himself as a legal practitioner, what is it that made you to believe that he was a legal practitioner?
Wel, hy het homself voorgestel as 'n prokureur en het sy dokumentasie aan my gegee. Daar was geen rede vir my om dit in twyfel te trek nie en die deposant het hom ook voorgestel aan my as sy prokureur.
He introduced himself to me as a legal practitioner. He also showed me his appointment certificate. I had no reason to doubt that, and the deponent introduced him as his legal representative. Wayichaza-ke kumina ukuthi uwummeli wase engibonisa-ke naleya document noma ke i-certificate lesiyana ngangenaso-ke izathu sokuthi ngingabaze lokho futhi-ke nalona-ke owayenikeza ngestatement wamchaza-ke noma wamethula nanjengommeli wakhe.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, dankie. Een vraag net. Did he have a tie on? I know attorneys today, they don't put on ties
Nee,
sometimes.
hy was volledig geklee in 'n pak klere met 'n dressing suit soos wat jy sal kry met 'n normale das.
He was properly dressed, my lord, with a suit and with a tie. Wayefake ke isuti kanye futhi ke no tie.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord, the state calls the next witness. It's Ms. Tshepiso Evelyn Muhlapi. It's witness number 92 on the list.
Tapping.
Yes.
But that's Mr. Pidi, why are you surprised when I say attorneys today no longer put on ties? I haven't seen that. I know you're one. Yeah. You haven't seen an attorney without a tie.
I have seen it.
Yeah, you know it happens. And sometimes they come in leather jackets in court. We have seen that too. Yeah, times have changed. Where the witness is?
She's indicated, my lord, she's speaking English.
Oh,
Full names and
Okay.
surnames, please.
Evelyn Tshepiso Muhlapi,
If you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath,
none at all.
you swear that the evidence you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. There is a right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sworn.
you may be seated if you want to.
I'll stand for now, my lord. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Muhlapi, what is your occupation?
I'm a principal court interpreter, my lord.
Isikhundla sami ke ngutolika ophethe ke ubizwa ukuthi principal court interpreter.
Where?
At Boksburg Magistrates.
Kantolo ke yase Boksburg.
Can you briefly just put your career history on record? When did you become an interpreter?
I was appointed on the 1st of December 1997 at Benoni Magistrates Court.
Ngaqala ke nge-1 zika December 1997 Benoni.
At Benoni Magistrates.
Inkantolo ke yase Benoni.
And in 2005, I was then promoted to senior court interpreter.
Bese kuthi ke ngo-2005 ngaba ke i-senior court interpreter.
In 2014, on the 3rd of February, I was then appointed as principal court interpreter. 2014. Yes.
Bese kuthi ziwu-3 kuFebruary 2014 ngase ke ngikhushuka ke isikhundla ngaba u-principal court interpreter.
Yes, and when did you join Boksburg Magistrate Court?
That is in 2014.
Kwinkantolo ke yase Boksburg ngiqale ukusebenza khona ke ngo-2014.
And in which forums have you performed duties? Which courts in terms of hierarchy?
Well, I have mainly interpreted in the district courts as well as the regional courts, my lord.
Inkantolo ke esengisebenze noma ke engitolike kuzona ke inkantolo ke e-magistrate court, e-district court kanye ke nase-regional court.
And if you were to split that period between the district court and the regional court, what would say the period is that you spent in the district court and in the regional court as an interpreter?
Well, my lord, I would say for the entire time that I have worked as an interpreter, I have interpreted in both the district and the regional courts.
Ngizothi ke kuso sonke ke isikhathi lesi ke ngisebenza ke manje ngotolika ngisebenze zona zoyimbili ke lenkantolo e-district court kanye ne-regional court.
And what is your proficiency regarding languages? In which languages are you proficient?
English, obviously, isiZulu, Sesotho, Setswana, Sepedi, Chivenda, I'm reasonable in Chivenda, as well as Xitsonga.
Iwona ke wonke ke amalimi ke lawa qedwe kwasho ke athi ke utolika ke noma ke afuna ukuthi awakhulume.
On the 24th of June 2020, were you on duty?
I was, my lord.
Yebo ke ngangisemsebenzini ngazo i-24 start 2020 24 start June 2020 ngangisemsebenzini.
I just want to show you a document, exhibit JJ, page 8 thereof, or maybe even before we get to page 8, page 1 of exhibit JJ. It's indicated that Miss Evelyn Tshepiso Muhlapi was the interpreter during the proceedings as reflected in exhibit JJ. What is your comment?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke nanje makubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ke kwakuyimina ke umuntu kwaye utolika.
From which language to which language were you interpreting?
English to isiZulu and vice versa.
Ukusuka ke kuyisingisi ke kuye ke kwisiZulu nokuyisado ukusuka kwisiZulu ukubuyisela kuyona e-English.
If I can then refer you to page 9 of exhibit JJ, the performer. There is a signature there in the middle of the page. Whose signature is that?
It is my signature.
Mina ke lana ke ku page 9 owasayinda.
Can you just read into the record what stands about your signature?
Okay. It says here certificate by interpreter.
No, page 8.
Page 8.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the statement is also signed by the interpreter. This is what's written above my signature.
Okubhaliwe ke la ngaphezulu nje kwala engasayinda khona ukuthi istatement lesi sasayindwa ke na uyena utolika.
Right, and page 9.
Okay.
Yes, can you just put on record what
Okay.
stands on page 9?
Okay. It says certificate by interpreter. I, Evelyn Tshepiso Muhlapi, certify that in terms of section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended, I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regard to both the contents of the statement and everything said by the magistrate.
Lana ke kubhaliwe ke ukuthi certificate lesi sakhe utolika mina u-Evelyn Tshepiso Muhlapi ngiyasho ke ngako ke ukukhona ke umthethosisekelo u-section 217 wawo ke umthetho Act 51 1977 ukuthi ngitolikile ke ngokuqiniso futhi ke ngendlela futhi ngokwazi kwami ke ngokumayelana ke naloko okubhaliwe ke kusona istatement kanye nako konke okwashiwo uyena umantshi.
Ms. Muhlapi, can you just explain what was the process that was followed when this statement was taken? When was this exhibit signed?
Well, the presiding officer started with the completion of the pro forma, and thereafter moved on to the statement. I think the whole thing was signed after the statement was taken down.
lana ke okwenzeka ke ukuthi ke u-magistrate ke waqala ke ngaloko kubizwa ukuthi i-proforma wase endlulela ke kusona ke i-statement ukuthi ke kusayindwe yonke into ke kwasayindwa kamuva uma sekuqedwe konke.
And if you look from page 1, every page is initialed.
That is correct.
When was that done?
This was done after the completion of the taking down of the statement.
Uma ubheka ke ku page ke ngayodwa ke lapha ezansi ke akusayindwanga kodwa bekunje ama initials ukuthi nalapho ke kwenziwa lokho uma sekuqedwe i-statement.
Except on page 4, the initials of the interpreter.
I see I missed that part, yes.
Ngabona ke ku page 4 ukuthi angizange ngikwenzeke lokho ukuthi ama initials wami wafake.
Can you remember where the deponent got the pen from that he used to sign to initial and sign the exhibit JJ?
I gave him a pen.
Lona ke wenza statement ke ukuthi pen wayithola kuphi ke initial ke imina owamnikeza pen.
Ms. Muhlapi, can you perhaps still remember this incident?
Well, I think I do, even though I cannot recall every single thing, but I do recall.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke ngisakhumbuleke ngalesi sehlakalo lesi noma ke ngingasakhumbuli yonke into nje kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke
Can you perhaps in your own words tell the court what happened on the day insofar as you can remember?
Well, yes, my lord. If I should start from the beginning, I was approached by the senior prosecutor who informed me that
It's fine. You were approached by the senior prosecutor. Is it correct that it was with a request?
yes, yes.
kweza ke umshushisi ophethe ke mina enesicelo.
Yes, and what happened further? You need not disclose what the discussion with the senior prosecutor was.
And I waited until about 2 o'clock because I was informed that the people would arrive at 2 o'clock.
Ngase ngima ke ngilinda ke kuze kushaye ke ihora lesibili ngoba ngatshelwa ukuthi abantu labo bazofika ke ngehora lesibili.
When I went to check if they had arrived, I was then informed that they were not there yet.
Uma sengiya ke ngiyobheka ke ukuthi sebefikile yini ngase ngitshela ukuthi cha
Yes. So you established that they were not there.
Yes, they were not.
Yes.
I was then called by the secretary to the senior magistrate,
ngase ngibizwa ke ngabhala nathi uma usekretary ke wayo imantshi ephethe
and this was towards 2:30.
kwakusezoshaya ke mase ke sezoshaya ke 2:30.
Yes. What happened? You may not disclose what the secretary to the senior magistrate told you. What happened thereafter?
Yes, I then proceeded to where the said confession was to be done.
ngase ngiya ke lapho ke konke ke ekwakuzokwenzeka khona ke.
And where was that?
That was in room number 2.
Lapho ke kwaku room number 2.
Yes. What happened further?
And as I came towards room number 2, I then saw a number of people standing outside the office.
Ngathi mase ngiya ke lapho ke ku room 2 ngabona ke nje kunabantu ke nje ababalwa ke abemi lapho ke ngaphandle kwelo office lelo.
Were they identifiable?
Some of them, yes.
Abanye babo ke kwakungabantu ke okungasho ongasibakhomba noma asithi ke babegqoke izinto ongabakhomba.
Yes. How were they identifiable?
They were Metro Police officers clad in uniform.
Kwakuamaphoyisa ke emetro noma ke metro police babegqoke i-uniform.
Yes. And where were they at that stage?
They were standing just outside office number 2 in the passage.
Babemi nje ngaphandle ke kwa i-office leyo number 2 kuyona ke passage leyo.
Yes.
And there was also a person who was in handcuffs.
Wayekhona-ke nowayefakwe ozambusi.
And there was also a gentleman who was standing among all of those people, who was, well, clad in a suit.
Wayekhona-ke nomunye nje umlisa owayemi phakathi kwalabo bantu labo wayegqoke isudu.
And where precisely was this gentleman in a suit standing?
He was also standing in the passage, but slightly on the side, on the side from where the metro officials were standing.
Wayemi lapho-ke kwipassage leyo-ke nalowo egqoke isudu kodwa ungathi nje eceleni kula ama-metropolis ayemi khona.
Yes, may I proceed?
And well, shortly thereafter, we then proceeded to the office, in office number 2. That was myself and the presiding officer.
Akubanga-ke isikhathi eside emuva kwalokho sasesingena-ke kulelo hhovisi mina-ke kanye naye manje.
And who was the presiding officer?
It was Mrs. Vivian Cronje.
Mrs. Vivian Cronje.
So the witness who has just stood down.
That is correct.
Phakathi lona-ke oqeda ukwehla manje.
Yes.
The person in handcuffs was also led into the office.
Lona-ke owayefakwe ozambusi naye-ke wase ngeniswa-ke naye ehhovisi.
Who led him into the office?
I think it was one of the police officials, one of the officials.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuwo elinye-ke lamaphoyisa uyena-ke owamfaka.
Yes.
And the gentleman clad in a suit also came into the office.
Lona-ke owayegqoke isudu naye wangena-ke phakathi ehhovisi.
Yes.
I think this is where the presiding officer asked one of the police officials, I think, if I'm not mistaken, my lord, I think he was the investigating officer of the matter or something, but she requested him to make copies of his appointment certificate.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngaleso sigaba-ke ila khona-ke imanje yase icela-ke omunye wamaphoyisa ayelapho. Ngicabanga ukuthi-ke ilona owumphenyi-ke noma-ke umseshi-ke wecala ukuthi-ke alethe-ke i-certificate noma amtshengise-ke i-certificate sakhe somsebenzi.
And this is after he introduced himself to the presiding officer.
Okusemuva-ke kokuthi eyichazile-ke noma eyishilo-ke kuyena-ke kuyona imanje ukuthi ubani.
Yes.
After he brought the copies of the appointment certificates, he then left the office.
Emuva kokuthi-ke amakhophi lawo-ke ewalethile azobe i-certificate wase ephuma-ke ehhovisi.
So who's that now?
And this is the police officer. I think it's Mr. Muhlapi or something.
Iphoyisa-ke ngicabanga ukuthi uMr. Muhlapi.
Yes.
And just before we could start, I remember the presiding officer had a conversation with the gentleman. I mentioned earlier that he was dressed in a suit.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi njena siqale-ke ngiyakhumbula ukuthi imanje yaba nako-ke ukuxoxisana noma-ke ukukhuluma nalomlisa-ke engimshilo ngaphambilini ukuthi wayegqoke isudu.
Could you hear what the nature of the conversation was?
Well, as far as I can recall, I think she was asking him who he was.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle-ke ngicabanga ukuthi imanje yayimbuza-ke ukuthi wayewubani.
Yes.
And the gentleman said that he was the legal representative of the suspect at the time.
Wase eyichaza-ke ukuthi uwummeli womsolwa kwawumsolwa-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And this was confirmed by the suspect himself after he was asked by the presiding officer.
lokho ke kwase kuqinisekiswa ke uyena umsolwa kamuva kokuthi ke imantshi ke ibuza kuyena naye ke waqinisekisa impela ukuthi impela kunjani.
Yes.
I think after all the pleasantries were done, we then proceeded with the business of the day.
Ngicabanga ukuthi emuva kokuthi konke ke sekwenziwe ke sekuqaliwe ke sase siqala ke ngalokho ke okwakusihlanganise lapho ngalelo langa.
And who was present in the office at that stage when you proceeded with the business of the day?
It was myself, the presiding officer, the gentleman as described before, and the suspect.
Kwakuyimina, kwakuyimanje, nalomlisa ke bese ngichazile ngaphambilini kanye nomsolwa babekhona ke ngaphakathi kulelo office lelo.
Do you perhaps remember what the sitting arrangement was in the office?
Yes, I do.
Sakhumbula ukuthi kwakuhlezwe kanjani ngalelo langa kulelo office.
Who was seated where?
The presiding, as I'm standing here, my lord, the presiding officer would have been in front on the other side of the table.
Nanjengoba ngimi lana ke imantshi yona ke izoba ke ngaphambili ke kwitafula.
I was sitting on well, to my left, and the suspect was sitting on my right.
Mina ngathi ke ngangihlezi kuhlangothi ke la kwesokunxele bese kuthi umsolwa ke ehlezi kuhlangothi lami lwangakwesokudla.
Sorry, just if you can, in relation to the presiding of the Ms. Cronje, how we each seated?
Well, in relation to Ms. Cronje, because then she would be facing this side. Then that means the suspect would have been to her left and I would have been to her right.
Uma ke Mrs. Cronje wayengalena ke kwetafula ke umsolwa ke wayezoba ke ku left wakhe mina ngibe ku right wakhe Mrs. Cronje.
And the gentleman in a suit was sitting on my left hand side because there's a couch in office number 2 that's on the left hand side.
La engangihlezi khona ke lona ke wayegqoke isuit yena ke wayehlezi ke ku left wami ngoba ke kwakuno couch eyikhona kulelo kamera lelo ke number 2.
But in relation to the suspect, where was the gentleman in the suit seated?
I was between them. He was on the left hand side, the suspect was on my right hand side.
Mina ke ngangihlezi phakathi nendawo kubona bobabili lona ke wayegqoke isuit kanye naye umsolwa. Yena ke lo wesuit ku left umsolwa yena eku right wami.
And what was your overall impression about the suspect? It's been put to Ms. Cronje that the suspect was coerced, assaulted. What was your overall impression?
My lord, my overall impression was that, of course, looking at the demeanor of the suspect at the time, he appeared to me like somebody who really wanted to speak whatever it was that he wanted to say.
Mina ke ngendlela ke wayebukeka ngayo ke bhekanga ngayo ke umsolwa ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ukuthi kwakuwumuntu onalentshisakalo ke ofisayo noma ufunayo ukukhuluma nama yini leyo wayefuna noma efisa ukuthi ayisho ngalelo langa lelo.
Are you able to perhaps say why you were of that view?
Well, because if I may just fast forward a bit, when the rights were explained to him, and the fact that he was not compelled in any way to make a statement, his specific words were, I really want to speak. I just want to say this. If I can say it in Zulu, my lord, he said, tasks.
Uma ke amalungelo akhe esewachazelwa ke sekushiwo ke noma ukuthi ke futhi akaphoqelekile ukuthi ke asho lutho noma ke akhulumeke. Kwakuyena ke othi ngiyafuna ukusho lokho, washo lamagama ke usisa qedwe kwasho manje esho ngesizulu. No lady, I really want to speak.
And do you remember if the suspect had any injuries?
Not at all, sir.
Ukulimala noma ke amanqeba ayengekho nje wayengenako ukulimala.
Sorry, that question is, the answer is ambiguous. As you,
Yes.
not at all. Do you remember if the suspect had any injuries? Not at all, sir.
I apologize for
Yeah,
that.
but it's double sinner.
Yes.
No, my lord, I did not see any injuries on the suspect.
Cha ke akukho nje ukulimala maka amanqeba engawabona noma amanqeba engawabona mina ke umsolo.
It was also put by the defense to Ms. Cronje that the suspect did not sign the statement, Exhibit JJ. What is your comment?
He signed it in my presence because I'm the one that gave him the pen.
Statement lesi wasayinda ngikhona imina owamnikeza ipen.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Thanks. What's the time, Mr. Bala? Can we yeah. 15 minutes.
Hi guys. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. To everyone that is connecting, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. You had a wonderful weekend, guys. I don't know this now new witness. What's her name? Tshepiso. Guys, they are bringing in people that are not relevant here. They are bringing in people that are not even relevant. This lady, what's her name? Tshepiso. She's there now, and she's coming in with her own issues there. So I don't know, people. I don't know what's your take over this, because I don't understand what is happening there now, because Baloy is bringing in witnesses which are not necessary. I don't know what's your take over this. Baloy is bringing in witnesses that are not necessary. Baloy is bringing in witnesses that are not necessary. We want actually the people that were in their house, guys. We want people that were in their house. All these things. Can you send your voice note? Let's see. What's your thought? What's your thought today? While we are waiting for the court to resume. What's your thought over this? They've gone on a short break. But let's see what's your thought over this matter, because definitely Baloy is just tiptoeing around and wasting much of our time. I just want to hear from you. You can send in your voice note, and you can actually, just send in your voice note. I want to hear what's your view over this. Bakebi, you're saying how many witnesses are we looking for? Look, right now we are at witness number 92. The thing happened in the house, and we were having only 8 people that were in the house. But now we are at witness number 92. Guys, this is tiptoeing. We are being tiptoeing actually. I just wish the defense do not cross-examine this witness. Yes, Wyandoff, I agree with you. Musa, we need Longwe Kelly, no Mama Wake, to stand in and give their side of the story, and thereafter we can carry on with your 100 useless witnesses. Yeah, definitely. Lebo, you're saying, sorry, advocates, I forgot to greet you. Morning to everyone. You are late, you are late, you are late. Ntanyi, you're saying, we want Mr. Mjiako and the investigating officer. Definitely, we want them to come in. Guys, we want these people to come in because this is now too much. Bakepi, you're saying this is hogwash. Bring the 8 people and the case is done. No, I do not. I don't understand. I don't understand what is happening with this. Not like you're saying we also need the neighbors, the Ngubenis, not the low dot. Because you see, he's bringing useless people to this side, guys. He's bringing people which are not necessary because he's wasting time. Baloi is a mastermind. This one and Geninda are 2 big masterminds. Kenneth, you're saying the lawyer who don't even have a bag, who doesn't even take note. I think this Tomaiko Giaco rented him from Hillbrook. I was from Alexander. Not like they are saying busy. One does the witness with useless witnesses are definitely there. They are bringing in people that are not necessary, guys. They are bringing in people that are not necessary, and it is disappointing. Kamo, you are saying he signed at my presence. I even gave him the pen, but there is no signature. I can't. You see now, we have a lot of discrepancies. We have a lot of things that are not adding up. Actually, from the beginning, everyone that this one is bringing in, is not actually adding up. Everything is not adding up. I don't know how what happened to my WhatsApp. My WhatsApp actually link with your phone number. Let me see. I don't know what happened. Let me just try to see here. My WhatsApp line. My WhatsApp line. Weekend. My WhatsApp line did something here, so I need to put it back again so that I can take your voice notes quickly. I can take your voice notes quickly. I want to just see. I'm coming back now. I just want to connect the WhatsApp line.
Good morning, team. Tutusi Makeza here. Guys, I put to the witness that the reason why accused number 2 did not appear in front of magistrate within 48 hours is because they were still torturing him in order for him to confess. And then I further put to the witness that the reason why accused number 2 was willing to talk or willing to check that confession is because he was being beaten enough that now he can't take it anymore.
Okay, that was Mduduzi there. Definitely, no, he's spot on, he's right, because the delay and all these things that happened, it actually made things to look fishy, because there was beating up that was, this person was beaten up. Definitely this person was beaten up. I want to hear another voice note again. There's another voice note, somebody sent another voice note again. Thanks Mduduzi for that voice note, because Mduduzi is saying 48 hours the person was not brought in to court because the person was being panel beated for them to give another confession in another way. So yeah.
Hey, kudlalwa ngabantu la, kudlalwa ngabantu. Okuthiwa kunabantu abangena endlini lapha, kunabantu abangena endlini. Ngikwazi umuntu bazobamba inkunzi. Abantu abalalisa bonke abantu, noma ngabe kuthiwa basesitolo, balale phansi. Okuthiwa babesendlini, babehlulwa yini ukubadubula? Babengafuni ukwenza lokho abakushoyo, ayikho leyo nto. Kudlalwa ngabantu nje impela lapho, indaba okudlala ngabantu, bayaxhashazwa. Abantu ababoshelwe ubala.
I didn't get the name of this one, but it was just saying that they are just playing with our minds. They are playing with our time, because there is no one who entered into that house. They are just playing with our time. So yeah, definitely we agree, and definitely if we look at the witnesses that Baloyi is bringing as well, those witnesses, guys, those witnesses, I don't see any need why those witnesses are coming in, because somebody was asking, can the defense, Nonchalant was asking, can the defense call their own witnesses? Yes, they can. They can do that. They can apply for their own witnesses to come. Right now, they want Baloyi to finish what he is doing in, because Baloyi has started with his 100 and something witnesses to do some delaying tactics, because he wants justice to be delayed. So there's this lady that Kumalo refused to interview the son. That lady, she's my jackpot for the defense. Oh, okay. Cover that one. Kamo is saying when Baloyi is done with all his witnesses, the defense will start bringing all their witnesses to dispute all what the state has put forth. Yeah, definitely, it's a journey. It's a journey, because these guys are going to have their witnesses coming in, and it's quite a journey, because there's a lot of witnesses that they will definitely bring up to actually counter everything that Baloyi has been saying. Automatically, this one of Cronje, it's, if you look at it, this lady issues, I think they will be taken out of court, because they didn't actually hold any water. So I don't know if it's going to be used, but definitely what we had so far, it's something that is not right. Jackie is saying rehearsed everything. Zanele is saying what confuses me is that the officer made copies to prove to the magistrate why they didn't do the same to the lawyer that was wearing a suit, to prove that ibikona ngempela. So there's Zulu is saying no wonder why the statement was not signed and only the pro forma was signed. You see now, there's a lot of discrepancies, guys. Musa is saying I'm waiting for Ngome Zulu to deal with this Tshepiso lady. Hey, because if model C cool, you will see. Don't worry. When they start hammering her, you see now she will change. she'll change many things. She'll change many things. There's many things that are going to change there. I definitely know, and I understand that most of the things are going to change. All right, guys, let me just wait for some voice notes to come in as well.
Mandate is still on the board.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
We're through with the examination in chief.
Oh, yeah, through. Okay. Mr. Mgomezulu, any cross?
Court pleases, my lord. Before we start with the business of the day, may I just ask you to explain the difference between translation due to your experience. Translation as opposed to interpretation.
Okay. With interpretation, my lord, what we do is we convey the idea intended by the speaker.
Uma ke kutolika sibisa lokho ke okuhloswe iloyo osuke ekhuluma.
And with translation, you take it word for word.
Futhi ke uma khulunywa ke nge-translation ke ila uthatha ke igama ngegama.
And translation is mostly done on documents.
Futhi ke uma khulunywa ke ngo-translator ila khulunywa khona ke ngephepha lokho kufanele kubhalwe phansi.
So in relation, sorry, I'll afford you that. In relation to what we've just said about translation and documents, does that also relate to the pro forma that was completed?
The translation of documents, I did not get the question clearly, sir.
So if you define translation as when you translate from word to word, and you further mentioned about documents, so do you also refer to the document that is we are dealing with at the moment?
In this instance?
Yes.
No, my lord. In this case, because there's a speaker, my job is to basically convey the idea intended by the speaker, to interpret, not to translate what the speaker says.
Lana ke kuleni document esikhuluma ngayo ke manje akuseyona ke i-translation esiyenza ngoba kunomuntu okhulumayo yila udlulisa khona ke lokho okuhloswe ilokho okukhulumayo. Akuseyona ke manje utranslate kodwa ke utolika.
So during the process of interpreting, from the experience that you have you not picked up a sentence or a paragraph that is susceptible to two meanings?
Yes, I have, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ekusebenzeni kwami ke uyathola noma ke uyayithola ke isentence ke la ongasho khona ke ukuthi usho okubili.
What is your role as an interpreter in the event that there is ambiguity or there is double meaning on that particular sentence?
As an interpreter, my role would be to get clarity from the speaker, and in so doing, I would obviously ask for the court's indulgence to allow me to clarify from the speaker what they intend saying.
Nanje ngotolika ke okwami la khona ke uzwayo ukuthi lokho awunaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ukuthini, ungasho lokho ungasho nalokho. Ngiyabuza ke noma ngicele ke angichazele ke lona kodwa ngaphambili kokuthi ngikwenzeke lokho ngikhulumisana ke naye ke umehluleli noma ke imanje ngithi ke inikeze imvume yokuthi ke ngicele lana ukuthi ngichazele ukuthi kusho ukuthini lokho.
I beg leave to the honorable court for you to read from the statement. It says certificate of interpreter. Can we go to that page, please?
Certainly.
Certificate of interpreter. Can you please, all right, before I ask a question on this aspect, the content of this wording or what is contained in your certificate, has it been explained to the deponent? Did you explain it to the deponent before you attached your signature?
No, my lord.
Lokho okubhalwe ngani ukuthi ke manje mina noma lokho okubhalwe certificate saye utolika akusona ke into engichazile kuyena lona benza statement ngaphandle kokuthi ngiyisayine.
Do you have the reason why you did not explain it to him?
I do not.
Isizathu sokuthi ngakwenzanga lokho anginaso.
So, was it important for you to explain it? Or was it an omission on your part to explain it?
No, my lord, because I have never had to explain the contents of the certificate to the deponent or anybody for that matter.
Ngoba akazi ke ngaphambilini sibe khona ke isidingo noma kwenzeke ukuthi le ndawo lena ke la uthi khona ke i-certificate sayo ke i-interpret noma utolika ukuthi kufanele ngiyitolike kuyo ke owenza i-statement.
From your observation, when you appended your signature on this certificate, did it come to your attention or did it come to your mind as to whether the deponent might be curious as to what you are signing?
If I may ask, my lord, is it only with regards to the certificate?
In regards to the certificate?
No, my lord.
Kumina ke kaze kube yonto ke kuyinto efikayo ke ukuthi mhlasimbe ke angafisa ukuthi azike ukuthi yini le ndawo engiyisayindayo.
So the certificate, the person who's making a certificate, okay, sorry, may I rephrase that, please? The person that you were engaged to render such services, you were to take to translate or to interpret what the deponent had to say. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Lana ke kwakuwukuthi mina ke ngidlulisa lokho okushiwo yilona owenza ke statement.
Okay. May I ask you to read again the certificate of interpreter, then and ask you to translate it in Zulu for the benefit of accused number 2.
I, Evelyn Tshepiso Muhlapi, certify that in terms of Section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended, I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regard to both the contents of this statement and everything said by the magistrate.
Can you translate that in Zulu, please?
Translate or interpret it in
Zulu? Interpret it for me, please.
Okay. Mina, Evelyn Tshepiso Muhlapi, ngiyaqinisekisa ukuthi ke ngokomthetho i-Section 217 Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 njengoba iguquliwe ngitolike ngokweqiniso kanti futhi ngitolike okweqiniso nangakho konke okusemandleni ami noma ke yes nangakho konke okusemandleni ami mayelana ke nako kokubili okubhaliwe kule statement kanye nako konke okukhulunywe imanje.
Okay. So in other words, according to your understanding, this certificate, to your satisfaction, because I've noted that the statement that has been made by the magistrate, can you give clarity to that?
No, my lord. It says here with regards to.
Can you read it again if you don't understand? There's something you mentioned about the statement.
Can I read the whole statement or just that part?
Okay. May I ask the indulgence of the courts for all the parties to understand?
Okay.
Yes, to read the whole
statement again.
Statement
okay,
again.
Sure. A certificate rather. Okay.
Maybe, sorry, my lord, maybe I'll stop you somewhere where it makes sense or relevance for the question.
Okay.
What is?
Where it makes sense or relevant for the question, my lord.
Can I just go through the interpretation thereof, my lord? Or should I read in English first and
No,
then
read it in English.
Okay.
Please forget about Zulu now. Ne?
Okay.
Just English.
All right. I, Evelyn Tshepiso Muhlapi, certify that in terms of Section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended, I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regards to both the contents of this statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me stop there. The contents of the statement. Did you underline that?
Yes.
All right. Then we'll proceed further.
Okay.
I just wanted you to note that you said the contents
Of the
the statement.
Okay.
Thank you. Proceed.
And everything said by the magistrate.
Yes, and everything said by the magistrate. In other words, I'm subject to correction. You said to the satisfaction of the contents of the statement. Is that correct?
To the satisfaction of the statement, no, sir.
To the satisfaction of the contents of the statement.
I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regards
With regards,
to
yes.
both the contents of this statement and everything said by the magistrate.
Lana ke ithi ke ngitolike kahle ke futhi nangeqiniso mayela ke mayela naloku okubhaliwe kusona istatement kanye nako konke okushiwo yimanje.
Okay. Was the statement according to that interpretation made by the magistrate?
No, please.
No.
No, wait.
May,
Now, let's read the Criminal Procedure Act first, 217. Because as I understand this certificate is enjoining the interpreter in terms of the act. And when it says statement, it means after everything which has been said and done by the magistrate, which she alleges she has interpreted, and then she signs the certificate after everything has been done, not before. Okay, that's how I understand this.
my lord, I have a different understanding.
Why don't we read where they talk about the powers which enjoin her to interpret?
I beg your pardon?
An interpreter. Who appoints an interpreter? Who appoints an interpreter? As I recall, it's in terms of the legislation.
That's correct.
That's it. Let's read that first. Otherwise, we'll be here the whole day. Let's read the enabling statute which appoints her. And then we can decide whether she has complied or not. You want us to adjourn, sir?
We can adjourn, my lord, but may I clarify this aspect? I'm not contesting the appointment per se. I'm not contesting the compliance
What are you
with the attachment.
What are you contesting?
I'm concerned about the interpretation of the last, especially where she says with regards to the contents of the statement made by the magistrate. That's where my concern is, my lord. Not about her appointment. If we read it carefully, we can have, because
No, you're misreading it. I certify in terms of section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act 5177 as amended, I have truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regard to both the contents of this statement and everything that was said by the magistrate.
the contents.
Yeah, that's what the certificate says. Both.
The understanding, she will differ with me if I put it like this. According to my understanding, I'm putting to you that the certificate was supposed to say with regards to the contents, both the contents and of the deponent or of the person who was taking a confession. Was I wrong if I say instead of being a magistrate, we say the deponent? Was I wrong by saying that?
I think, as far as I can understand your question, sir,
Yes.
with regards to this sentence, it doesn't refer to the contents of the statement being made by the magistrate. It just refers to the contents of the statement and everything else said by the magistrate.
Uma ngifunda lana ke lana akukhulumi ngestatement esenziwa yimanje. Sithi lana ke lokhu okubhaliwe kusona istatement kanye nako konke okushiwo yimanje.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
You're welcome, sir.
Then let's get into paragraph 1A. You said it has been explained or it has been interpreted to the deponent. Paragraph 1A.
That is correct.
Can you read it for me, please?
I am a magistrate and that I am not in any way involved in the investigation against him, that I do not work with the police or any other person in this case, and that he can speak freely and without fear in my presence.
Lana ke u1A uthi ngiyimanje futhi ke angiyimbandakanyeki ke uphenyo ngakwena noma kuloko okuphenywa ngakwena futhi ke angisebenzi namaphoyisa noma yimuphi umuntu okuleli cala leli nokuthi ke ungakhuluma ngokukhululekile futhi ke ungesabi phambi kwami noma ngikhona.
All right. Being an interpreter, if you interpret such a statement, does it not have elements of a promise? Reread it if you want to.
I'm a magistrate and that I am not in any way involved in the investigation against him, that I do not work with the police or any other person in this case, and that he can speak freely and without fear in my presence.
As a witness, witness being asked for an opinion, which I think it's relevant.
Yeah,
And
because
it is just
can you get us the Magistrates Court Act, please, where they tell us when and how is an interpreter appointed? There's a section there, is there not?
32 of 1934.
Let's read it. You have it, sir. Yeah, Jen.
It's from my colleague will show it then.
Oh, you wanted to?
Yes.
Okay.
Closest we can get to is section 1 or 2.
What does it say?
So, just we can just adjust for 15 minutes. We'll get it and then we can take it.
Yeah, you are the principal interpreter in this court. You should know how and when and why you are appointed, Mr. Jonas.
Answer the question.
You want us to adjourn?
Let's go.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Lee.
Now judge is eating up our time now. They are looking for a law which is not actually making sense. They want to know the duties of the translator. The other thing that I have noticed also, guys, is why do we need the translator to come and do anything? What does she have to do there? Because a translator is just there to translate whatever that is happening between two people or the judge and the accused. So now, Baloyi wants to put this one so that they can add more cement to what the magistrate was talking about. So we are just starting. And automatically, as we are starting with this cross-examination, the defense has actually posed the question, and now it's a struggle for them to actually come out from it, because the state now is now looking for the law that states something about the interpreter and everything. You see, judge is just wasting time with Baloyi there. They are wasting our time, guys. They are really wasting our times, because Mkomezulu knows these things. That's why he's asking relevant questions, because definitely we need to hear something that is actually progressive. You see, today we will actually rotate around this, because the judge is looking for certain laws of what. I don't see them coming anytime from now, and I think they will come. They will come it too. I don't see them coming now. Mduduzi are saying we don't care about who appointed who. Ngobezulu isn't denying that she was appointed. The judge is Lord. Yes. Kamwe are saying, why bring an interpreter? Then the judge wants to protect her. Why is she here? Exactly. Because she is there. Because Baloyi wanted to cement whatever they've started. The issue of what do you call this? The issue of Vivian Cronje, the one that was there. Vivian Cronje actually spoke about some things. So this is now coming in as a witness. You see, funny enough, the police that were there on that particular day, or this lawyer, why can't they just call the lawyer, the one who was representing this guy? Let's see the accreditation of this lawyer in question. I've seen a voice note coming in. You can send your voice note, guys. Let's hear your voice note. What do you think about this Tshepiso lady, the one who's on the witness stand now? What do you say about this one who is on the witness stand? What's your take over that person? Because that person, I don't see a relevant to what we are actually what we need. It's not what we need. We don't need something like that. We don't need something like that. We need someone who actually was in the house. Actually, we need somebody who was in the house. I want to just check this voice note quickly. I don't know what's your take. I don't know what's your take, guys. I don't know what's your take. I don't know what's your take, because definitely we really need now a change in this story now. We really need a change now in this story. All right, guys, let me play this voice note. Somebody just send us a voice note. Let me play.
Good morning / afternoon, advocate. We need to understand that the interpreter is there as a witness, because when a confession is made, firstly, it is only between the magistrate and the person who makes the confession. Now, when the person who makes the confession needs the services of an interpreter, then interpreter is called in. That automatically makes the interpreter a witness to that confession as a whole, as it is only the three of them who knows about this confession. Now, the reason why there's a trial within a trial, it is because now this confession is being contested. That's the reason why this interpreter is now called as a witness, because she was part of the process when the confession was made.
Okay. I hear you. I hear your story there, advocate. Thank you for the voice note. I hear your concern. Yeah, all right. You have a valid point there that this lady now comes in as a witness because she was there. All right, fine. I don't dispute that. But look at this part now. This lady was told that some people are coming at a particular time, and the people did not come at that particular time. It's a first. They are red flags automatically. They are red flags there. They were supposed to come at a particular time, but they did not come at that particular time. All right, let's leave that. Secondly, when you look at it, you realize that this interpreter will just be telling us, okay, fine, I was there and this is what was asked. So that's why Mgomezulu is asking, what are the duties, what are the roles, what is it that you're supposed to be doing when you are in there. So that's where they started by saying that whatever that is said by the judge, by the magistrate, that's what and the contents, that has been approved by the judge is what is going to be interpreted, something like that. So I don't know. What's your take? Not like you're saying, what if the interpreter is in the cahoots with the magistrate, just like these two, Vivian, no principal? Exactly, that's the thing. If these guys are actually, because look, it's only one person they accused. These two, if they are on the same team, it's another story. That's another take. That's another view over this matter. And yeah. It actually puts Tanzi in trouble, because at the end of the day, now two people are there and they're in cahoots and they are actually pinning him. Sorry, they're actually pinning him. So that's where it's tricky. Guys, it's a bit tricky. I don't know how, but it's not that tricky as well. It's not that tricky as well, because when you look at it, this lady must answer according to her understanding, according to her knowledge. And if she answers according to her knowledge, there are questions that she must also answer, because an interpreter must actually have a full understanding of the law. They must actually know the law very well. The interpreter in this case that we are having now, the man that is interpreting the one that we are having now, is the one who has called in for a break. They need an adjournment. The one that is there said we must have an adjournment. Tawanda, you're saying the state has weakened this case by bringing in poor witnesses. Tshepiso is not supposed to be there at all. She serves no purpose because the magistrate has already testified. Exactly, that's my point also, Tawanda. Finding the real killers is going to be difficult because of the state's behavior and type of witnesses. I agree with you 100% there. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. Henry is saying here, Henry is saying, honestly, this witness has no impact except adding numbers and wasting our time and resources. Again, the judge is Afrikaans and the interpreter is English to Zulu. I'm sure she missed other things, if not the judge. Definitely, I agree with you, Henry. Vili are saying Baloy must fall. If not, we have another 10 years of some case. Definitely, you're right there. Why are you saying? I think Mngomezulu wants to show that the witness did not interpret in the way that Ntanzi understood. Oh yes, definitely. That's another view as well. That's another view. Caesar, you're saying. You say they are wasting your time. Remember, we are spectators to the court process, not our process. Yeah, no. When we are saying they are wasting our time, we need people who are coming in. Like, if let's say they get the critical people that are supposed to be questioned, that's what we are saying now, that our time is actually being wasted because we are going on a merry-go-round. You see, that's the thing. Kenneth, they're saying, how did they know Ntanzi will need interpreter before he arrives? Means, okay, that's another, oh, you see now, that's another view now. How did they know? Means there was a discussion before. This thing is a setup, guys. It's now looking like it's a setup. Because how did they know, like what he's saying, how did they know that this one will need an interpreter? Daniel, you're saying, hope this case is about to take shape towards finishing line. Hope so. Kolekile, you're saying, I wanted to say that, thank you. We are answering to Caesar saying interpreter must have full understanding of language, not necessarily the law. Yeah, no, it's true. But now, if he's more conversant to the language, then the person is not like entirely necessary in this case. You see, that's the thing, because their duties was to give the interpretation of what is being said. You see, Gomezulu is spot on, but you can see that this case was being cooked. That's the thing. That's the argument with everyone that is here. Non-Translator are saying, since there is no video of that day, I throw their statements out of the window, because if there was a video, we would have known if he was really willing to give this confession. We have finished it. Not like that, actually, that's true, because if there was a video, but I think these guys, they were supposed to have been doing these things. I see there's a voice note that came in now. Let me just play this voice note quickly. Let me just play this voice note for
The interpreter was interpreting a conversation between accused number 2 and a magistrate, but on his form or something like that, she's saying, I interpreted what judge was saying. It's not involving Ntanzi on that document. So Ngomezulu's point is saying, if you interpreted Ntanzi's conversation in magistrate, why we are not writing that I did interpreted Ntanzi and magistrate's conversation? It's where there is a point of Ngomezulu, and then the judge is lost. It's misunderstanding. There's no need to go and adjourn and read that law, how they appointed here. And no, that one is not the argument of Ngomezulu there. The judge is lost, man.
Yeah, I agree with you, because the magistrate, remember, Vivian is Afrikaans. So Vivian was actually speaking Afrikaans. That's why it's written there that everything that was, so which means the questions that were coming from the magistrate were actually translated or interpreted to the accused. And she said vice versa. She said she was doing it on this side and she was doing it also from Zulu to English, from Zulu to Afrikaans, and then Afrikaans to Zulu. She said that, but on a writing, she did not indicate that. Daniel, you're saying, I think the judge is happy now because Advocate Ngame Zulu is asking relevant questions. Unlike before, guys, the judge now is writing the outcome because DNA said it all, definitely. Martha, you're saying, if I may ask, how many state witnesses are left? I think 90, this one is witness 92, which means we are left with 91. This one is 92, we are left with 91 witnesses. Tokozani, you're saying, let me drink my alcohol. This witness is wasting my time. Daniel, you're saying, thanks, Chair, for this opportunity. No problem, Advocate Daniel. No problem, no problem. That's why we are here. We are analyzing. We are analysts, online analysts. Non-Tlatla is saying Ngomezulu opening a can of worms. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Kamo is saying, so Cronje was speaking English. No, Cronje was speaking Afrikaans, and then this lady was translating to Zulu so that this guy can also understand. That's what I heard. That's how I heard it. Yeah, that's how I heard it. Why are you saying yes, last voice note makes sense? You are correct. The certificate talks about the magistrate not including the deponent. I see now where Mkomezulu is going. Yes. We can actually repeat the to those who did not hear it, the voice note that one of our own just send in a voice note, and we'll play it. Just send your voice note. Let's see.
The interpreter was interpreting a conversation between accused number 2 and a magistrate, but on his form or something like that, she's saying I interpreted what judge was saying. It's not involving in dance on that document. So Ngomezulu's point is saying, if you interpreted in terms this conversation in magistrate, why we are not writing that I did interpreted in terms and magistrate this conversation? It's where there is a point of Ngomezulu, and then the judge is lost. It's misunderstanding. There's no need to go and adjourn and read that law how they appointed here. And no, that one is not the argument of Ngomezulu there. The judge is lost, man.
All right, Zanele is saying, advocates, I think we need to eat because it's lunchtime now. No, we are fasting. We are fasting. Mukunki, you are saying, this is nothing short of trumped up charges against the poor 5 accused persons and waste of state resources, period. Kama, you are saying 91 witnesses. Yebo. Ruben, you are also saying 91 witnesses left. This will take forever. I'm telling you, with this pace, the whole of next year we are here. Caesar, you're saying, guys, investigators and court officials are trained to prepare cases for court. By the time the case goes to court, all the role players have prepared everything to make the case stick to whomever has been identified as guilty. We all know suspects are beaten to get the truth from them. Okay, from them, because no criminal just confess. So they all have their ducks in a row and know there will be a trial within a trial where accused will say he was beaten. So they make sure accused has no proof of the beating while they have all evidence of the confession in a way that won't expose the beatings. Very few cases have accused win a trial within a trial because of this. Wow, this is interesting. Wow, I didn't think they fit in that. Guys, they are there.
Just talks about certification.
Yeah.
Okay, I found an authority here. We will cut across everything. This is the case of S. It's to everybody. S versus Kimbani. 1979, 16th March Klute, JP, and Kanemeya. It talks about criminal procedure evidence, evidence interpreted, direct evidence of an interpreter thereby recorded. No need to call the interpreter to confirm what he interpreted. If correctly recorded, prima facie proof referred to in section 35(1) of Act 1 of 5177 is elevated to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So in other words, in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, if this lady interpreted whatever, if it is recorded correctly, it becomes proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
My Lord, may I make my submission?
Yes.
Yes, please. My Lord, before I started the cross-examination, I inquired from the witness whether in the event there is ambiguity or double meaning
Yes.
attached to the sentence or a paragraph, what is her role
Yeah.
in that fashion? I'm not challenging the appointment.
No.
Yes,
That's
my
got
lord.
nothing to do with the appointment.
Yes. Since she was engaged to interpret
Right.
the wording in the pro forma,
Right.
what was conveyed to the deponent?
Fine.
My question is, if relevant, is that not susceptible to two meanings according to her?
Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
But you see what the law says here. It says if it is recorded prima facie, and subsequently it becomes proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So me and you can talk about it. When an interpreter tells the court what a witness is saying, then it is the direct evidence of the interpreter and not the hearsay evidence of the witness which is being recorded. And if correctly recorded, the prima facie proof referred to in section 235(1) of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 is now elevated to proof beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, you can go on.
My lord, may I not insist on,
No, go
on
on.
that particular
Go
question?
Go on the way you wanted to go on. I was just saying, this is what the authorities say.
All right. Sorry, ma'am, can you please, for the
Oh, at the moment, yeah, because Mr. Jonas has gone to look for the law, which is elusive. So, Mr. Baloi, what did you find? That's the nearest you could come to. What was it?
Well, it's just procedural issues like that the interpreter must take an oath. And
Oh. And then after that, he's certified after being trained.
yes,
Is that not so?
yes,
That he's duly appointed as an interpreter of the court,
yes.
right? And thereafter?
And the utilization of the court interpreter as a court official. Section 6 of the Magistrate Court Act mentions subsection 2 if in a criminal case evidence is given in a language with which the accused is not, in the opinion of the court, sufficiently conversant, a competent interpreter shall be called by the court in order to translate such evidence into a language with which the accused professes or appears to the court to be sufficiently conversant. Irrespective of whether the language in which the evidence is given is one of the official languages or of whether the representative of the accused is conversant with the language used in the evidence or not. As I say, these are just merely
Were you aware of this decision?
the
The one I've just read. Kembani.
procedural matters. Not in those exact
Okay.
exact
Yeah, fine. Yes, Mr. Jonas.
Apologies for that.
Have you found something?
Under pressure, not easily, because I had to go to the library and wait for them. So
But you must leave whatever you found to Mr. Baloyi, not me. Because me, I've already found the answer. Yes, educators.
So the research that Mr. Jonas has embarked upon delivered the following.
Yeah.
It's referring to section 35,
Yes.
subsection 3 of the Constitution.
Yes.
And subsection K, so it's 35(3)(K), which encompasses the fair trial rights of the accused to be tried in cases to be tried in a language that the accused person understands, or if that is not practicable, to have the proceedings interpreted in that in that language. Then it's also given us the a blue booklet and this booklet refers to the official languages. I think that is basically all.
That's all, yeah. No, fine. Yes. Mr. Mgomezeli, you can go on.
Thank you.
On the basis that you wanted to go on. Don't say I've cramped your style.
May especially when I ask you about a situation where there are two meanings that may be attached on, in relation to this paragraph, did you not encounter a double meaning to be attached on this particular paragraph?
No, my lord.
Ukuthi ke le paragraph ibifundiwe ke la echaza khona ke ukuthi ngumantshi angibandakanyeki kuphenyo angisebenzi namaphoyisa nokuthi ngakhuluma ukhululekile angikubonanga kusho okubili lokho.
All right. The last question. I'll take you back to that certificate again. Just your opinion, especially as the person who attached the signature. Was it not necessary to say a statement and whatever that has been said by the magistrate and the deponent? Was it not necessary to include the deponent because you were translating for both of them?
Well, I cannot comment on that, my lord, because this is a standard form. So I'm in no position to decipher or say what it should and what it should not have said.
Ukuthi ke iform lena kufanele ithini ingathini kufakweni kungasaba ini akuminaki ukuthi ngasho lokho ngoba ke iphuma ikanjena ke mina ngithola ingale ndlela ibhalwe lokho kubhaliwe la.
I thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Thanks. Mr. Mnisi. No wisdom coming from you. Okay, Mr. Ngumalo.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Mr. Tololo.
Thank you, Madam. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. So, you've done your re-examination.
We have no re-examination.
You have no re-examination. Miss Muhlapi,
That is correct.
you say you've been an interpreter for how many years? Both in the regional and district? 20?
Plus minus 25 years.
25
Going
years.
to 26 in December.
And you're a,
25 ngiyaba 26 no December ngiyutolika.
and you're a senior,
Principal.
you're a principal.
That is correct, my lord.
Do you write exams to be a senior principal interpreter?
No,
It's just based on,
we go through an interview.
that's it. Who interviews you?
A panel consists of other principal interpreters,
Right,
cluster managers,
right.
and as well as court
Court
managers.
managers.
Interview ke lena ke kuba court manager okhona, ama-cluster ke, cluster yilona ke i-principal e-reporta kuyena, kanye futhi namanye ke ama-principals abakuyona ke kuleyo panel.
Has your interpretation ever been taken on appeal? Basically, you being accused of not having interpreted correctly
Not at all.
what
my lord.
a particular witness could
Not
have
at
said.
all.
Never, never, never.
Not at all.
Akaze kwenzeke ke ukuthi ke la engitolike khona ke ukuthi ke lindluliswe ke noma la qala noma ke ukutolika kwami ke kuyo appeal ukuthi cha angikaze ngitolike ngendlela ekuyiyo.
Yeah, just for your information, because I found a case where actually here an interpreter, this case was in 1979, so reported in 1979. Apparently this interpreter was accused of having misinterpreted something because they didn't quote what he allegedly said and what counsel for the accused was contesting. And they just quote here, they say, in the instant case, it is clear that the accused is Xhosa speaking and that he made a statement, that is exhibit A, like here in our case, in the language that it was translated into English. It is also clear that he gave evidence in the criminal trial in Xhosa. That his evidence was translated into English, in which language it was recorded. Right? Then this is what the two judges say. It was a review. When the matter came before me on review, I caused the following query to be sent to the magistrate. By reason of section 235 of Act 51 of 77, a certified copy of case RC 54/78 is admissible as prima facie proof that the matter purported to be recorded there was correctly recorded. However, in the case, the accused the accused gave evidence in Xhosa, which is interpreted into English, in which language it was recorded. It was not necessarily to call the interpreter to prove that that evidence was correctly interpreted. And the ratio, which is elicited in this case, is that when an interpreter tells the court what a witness is saying, then it is direct evidence of the interpreter and not the hearsay evidence of the witness which is being recorded. And if recorded correctly, the prima facie proof referred to in section 235(1) of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 77 is now elevated to proof beyond reasonable doubt. That's what the law says, not me.
Ufunda ikala-ke athi yila echaza khona-ke ukuthi uma kunobufakazi obethulwayo ukuthi ubufakazi obuqoshwayo noma obuthathwayo-ke akusibona lobu bufakazi okushiwo uyena lo ofakazayo, kodwa lokhu-ke okushiwo utolika bese kuyathatha kuba ubona-ke ubufakazi obubekwa-ke noma obamukelekayo noma oburekhodwayo-ke ngaphambi kwayo inkantolo.
Right, one other aspect for my clarification. Ms. Cronje testified that the interview took about 3 hours. That is,
It is possible, my lord.
and were you present from the beginning up to the end, or was there a stage when the interview was stopped and maybe you went to bathroom, whatever?
No, my lord. We ran throughout that whole period.
Throughout.
Nobody requested a bathroom break or anything. We just proceeded all the way.
Kungenzeka ukuthi nanjengoba eshilo Miss Cronje ukuthi kwathatha amahora awu-3 ukuthi lawo mahora awu-3 kodwa akekho umuntu ngisho nami-ke noyedwa owacelayo ukuthi ake kumiwe nje kancane ahambe-ke aye ngasendlini encane noma-ke aye-ke ngase-bathroom saqhubeka ngaso sonke leso sikhathi.
Was there any stage where Mr. Tanzi queried the presence of the alleged legal representative?
Not at all, my lord.
Never.
Never.
asikho nje isikhathi nakancane noma nesisodwa la-ke umnumzana uNtanzi aba nenkinga-ke nalo yamlisa owaye athi ummeli ukuthi ubukhona bakhe bukhona lapho ngani akukaze kwenzeke lokho.
Okay, any questions arising? None. Yes, sir. None.
No questions, my lord.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
Time for the long adjournment. Can we resume at 2?
At 2. Okay, fine. 2 o'clock then.
All right, guys. The court has been adjourned to 2, and yeah, that's why I love the defense team, because they did not actually ask this lady any other questions. And yeah, someone is saying, when you have time, please talk to me after hours. I just want to have a little chat with you as a former interpreter to make sense of some things that we're skeptic about. I'm in no way in favor of Baloyi, but some things that are said are far-fetched. Okay, no problem. I'll get hold of you. Thank you for that. I'll get hold of you. Then we can talk. I'll get hold of you definitely. We need clarity on some things. It's a good thing actually. I don't know. Do you want me to? Do you want us to speak online, or what do you want? Do you want me to speak to you privately, or what? You said we'll talk after hours. Okay, no problem. We'll talk after hours. Then I'll definitely get hold of you, and then we will actually talk about it. So thank you very much, because I was actually interested to know from somebody who understands what we are talking about, because we need to have an understanding of certain things, especially if there is somebody who knows law, or somebody who knows what we are talking about. So it actually makes sense. So guys, thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate it. I will get in touch with you and we'll talk. If it needs that other people must also hear you saying it as well, it will help as well. It will definitely help if we can actually get everyone also in this conversation, so that they can also hear it, because normally I want everyone to be on board. But thank you for that gesture. I will definitely get hold of you after hours. Martha, you're saying good. Advocate, good. The defense has no questions for this witness. There was no need for her in the first place to be brought to the witness box. The state is taking us for a ride. No, definitely that's Baloyi for you. Daniel is saying 1979 interpretation was accused for misinterpretation. See, be careful. So no, yes, that is 1979. But what I said was there are some changes which happened because some certain laws changed, I think around 1998, if I'm not mistaken. That's what Ngome Zulu was saying the other time. Not like I was saying he was was a legal advisor for the police, not for the accused. Oh, okay. Binjivako. Yeah, that one is something else. So guys, we are learning. Definitely we are learning. We are actually learning. We are learning the manipulation, the tricks, the ways they do it in court. Why you are saying you can clearly see through the judge that he has taken a decision on this trial within a trial from his questioning if Ntanzi disputed the lawyer who was there. You see, there's something that people need to understand, that this guy was just told, go in there, do this, and there's a lot that happened on that particular day that we are not getting the right information which we want. That's where everything becomes frustrating, because we are not getting exactly some of the info that we are looking for, but nevertheless we will definitely get to the right things that we want. Okay guys, let me just excuse myself for a while it's you're online. But if you send your voice note, I will play it. If you send your voice note, I will play it. If we want to engage on some conversations as well, we can do that. So thanks guys. Let's just watch this.
It was a blow as these families say they had not had contact with Advocate Malisa Latefu, who had been representing the pair and 4 others.
Kulungile. uNkulunkulu usabele wasipho kubi nathi abanye abantu ebapho kuhle. Akekho umuntu ozalela ukuthi angazuzi ngengane yakhe. Nathi sibheke okuthile ngomzakhulelwa njengoba ngangithi umzakhulelwa ngangilandela ukuzaleka kwami mina uqobo ngagcina ngithi ke namhlanje ngizele umzakhulelwa uye yedwa indodana yami ekhona la ekhaya engethembele kuyo ineyingane la igcekeni iganiwe ithemba lami benginalo kutefa ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ingane yami izophuma kuleya ndawo ekuyona ngendlela ebengimbona ekhuluma ngayo nangendlela ebengazi ngayo nami ngoba bengazi ukuthi umzakhulelwa kwasiya umbulali kaMeyiwa.
Not far from the Sibiya home is the Ntanzi homestead, the family of the youngest of all the accused. 30-year-old Bongani Ntanzi is also referred to as accused number 2. They tell us he has been the breadwinner of their family, providing for 10 people, including his 9-year-old child. Because Bongani was the sole breadwinner, his absence also meant there was no money to even travel to Gauteng, where he's currently incarcerated. They say he got himself a lawyer, as none of them could afford those legal services. All they could do is watch the trial on television, especially on behalf of their mother, who can't bring herself to watch the proceedings.
Guys, actually, I'm not happy about the line of questioning that the lawyer for accused number 2 did on this time. There's one of the most important question he left to ask. The magistrate told the court that Ntanzi asked her to help him to call the family. So, how come that a person with a lawyer can ask a magistrate, the one that is helping you with a statement, to help to contact your family? How did Ntanzi manage to contact the lawyer while he cannot contact the family? If that lawyer was Ntanzi's lawyer, why that lawyer didn't help Ntanzi to contact with the family? I was expecting that the lawyer will bring that also to the record, that it does not make a sense, man.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because definitely we were not actually aware of that one because he was supposed to, the lawyer was supposed to have done that because the rights were supposed to be clear. But that's another thing, guys. The rights which were not mentioned, if there is a lawyer will specifically say those things will be addressed. Even the magistrate Vivian did not speak about it when she was asked about the issue of the rights and stuff. She did not actually say anything in that regard. Remember, there is nothing that she also said. So yeah, it's something. There's a lot here. There's a lot of things that are not adding up. There's a lot of things that are not adding up. There's a lot of things that were missed. Thanks for that voice note. Thank you for that voice note. Not like you're saying, and Giaco was there to make sure he makes that confession. So Ntanzi knows no, he wouldn't have said something different. Ngoba Beka Soba say Kingeni. Even if he tried to mention that he was tortured, Mjeko was going to report that back to Gininda. This is interesting, guys. This is very much interesting, and let's see how this thing is going to unfold. But yeah, I'm feeling for these guys. Hey, you see, sometimes to suffer for something that you don't know, it's so painful, guys.
Every time he enters the dock, she leaves the house to get an update later. It was a shock to them when Advocate Malesela Defu dropped the news of his withdrawal.
Esathatha naye izinto ngendlela yakhe afuna athathe ngayo ukuze egcine bamele kanti bese sithi mhlawumbe sithembile nje emphethelweni for ukuthi ngwanakho usebatholakele ngendlela engibuka ngayo lo mmeli ubesebenzile ngoba kuzovele konke lokhu nje nokuthi abasolwa yilaba abenzi baledwe yilaba kusithemba yena ngendlela besimbone ekhuluma ngakhona nandlela aphenye ngayo kuze igcine sekuvela ngale ndlela siyambonga nayo ummeli lapha khona ngoba konke lokhu nje kade lokhu sikhuthanisa ngene.
In an unexpected but not surprising turn, Defo wrote to the state informing it that he had resolved issues with what he terms relevant stakeholders and will therefore continue representing accused number 1 to 4. But there's a catch. He has listed a number of demands that he wants adhered to before he and his clients can show up in court on Tuesday. Those include a separation of trial between his clients and accused number 5. He also wants a new judge appointed in the matter and the prosecutor, Advocate Maloyi, removed from the case. Defo says he also wants Police Minister Bheki Cele to be removed from his position and be investigated. In the same statement, he reveals a fresh, new reason why he withdrew from the matter. Without substantiating, Defo accused Judge Maumela of witchcraft, citing it as the main reason why he decided to leave the case. Although at the time of this interview these families did not reveal this information, they agreed that he was subjected to unfair treatment in court. Muzikau Khalelwa and Bongani are said to have made confessions, but according to Advocate Malesela Defo, these were obtained under duress. He claimed his clients were severely assaulted through the use of what he called apartheid tactics to get them to confess. He called on the court to hear a special plea for a trial within a trial. His plea fell flat after Judge Maumela ruled that he failed to follow proper court procedure. Defo had also not filed papers as required for a court application, but addressed the court from the bar instead. To top it all, the state had not submitted these alleged confessions to the court or indicated that they would depend on them. The families believe that their children are innocent.
Umfana lo waboshwa konje kwakumhla kabani mama mhla ka 30 June mhla ka 30 June mhla ka 30 May yes waboshwa mhla ka 30 May inyanga yonke singamazi ukuthi ukuphi kwazothi ngo June angisazi ukuthi kwakumhla kabani bafika naye la ekhaya ma befika naye la uyangitshela ke ngoba bathi angiye kuye ngiyokhuluma naye uthi baba ngiboshiwe ngendlela ebengishaywa ngayo bengibulawa futhi bengitshela bethi bazongibulala njengomnyu khona bambulala eFosrolas amaphoyisa amdubula bathiwa yiba bambulala nami ke bazongibulala bemvalele ehlathini laba bemvalele khona ngendlela ngagcina ngivuma bethi angivumi ukuthi ngabulala Meyiwa kodwa okokuqala babetha kacindezele laba bazomnikeza 100,000 wathi ngalile baba ngoba ngiyazi into engingayivumela engathi ngizothi laba ngibacindezela ngani ngazini ngangikuphi wathi ke bathi bazongifaka icaleni sebengifakile ke ngigcine ngivuma istatement abangibhalise sona ngizivumile angivumi ngoba ngikwenzile ngivume ngoba ngivikela impilo.
Ntanzi's family also claimed that the same happened to their son.
Wathathenjiswa 3 million ababemshaya before uthe vumele icala umbhaxa nje ufaka nasefrijini sazi efriji bafaka ngoba bemfaka belivulile noma babecimile ngazi-ke la kude nje khona awuthole lokuthi wafaka efrijini
afake efrijini yakho phejele
noma kusanoba bayesejele noma kude khona babembombile bona noma bengamfakile esitokisini kodwa babembambile apho babembambe khona.
Sibiya's father says he raised the issue at a magistrate's court where he had been appearing for a different matter and was subsequently moved to a different prison. While the state had not submitted these confessions as evidence or indicated that it would rely on them, it has remained tight-lipped on its strategy to nab the accused. The confessions form part of Defoe's representations to the NDPP in a bid to have the matter withdrawn. For some members of the Meyiwa family, these developments were expected. They believe the 5 men standing trial are innocent. They say a plan is on the cards for this docket if the National Prosecuting Authority decides not to prosecute.
Private prosecution.
Oh, so that's your next step, private prosecution.
Private prosecution.
Meyiwa says his brother's case has been at most marred by corruption.
Leading investigator kwa case 375, 635, 636 yantshontsha statement esasodala ukuthi kuboshwe umuntu wayelapha endlini. Yasitshontsha leso statement ingakho kwavulwa lo case 375. Labantu babawu5 baboshela ukuthi kuzanywa ukuthi babefuna yona ukuthi le case ivalwe kuthiwa ifakazi hlamba bukho noma vele sebethenge nama witnesses iboshwe labafana abo5 ivale ingabe savela leli bashaya phansi ke manje nali selivelile.
On the 26th of October in 2020, Police Minister Bekicele visited the Meyiwa family to update them following the announcement that 5 suspects had been arrested.
Mfethu wadidisa umanje. Wadidisa wamtshela ngokheli ukuthi ukheli yena. Wamtshela nje ngokheli ukuthi yena uzoboshwa nalabantu abawu5 ibona okuyibona suspects. Umuntu okhuluma ngalabo abantu abawu5 vele ngibona nje ukhuluma into engekho. Wayezodlala nje ngoledi ezokhuluma into engekho ngoba into engixakayo sasikhuluma naye uyazi. Ngoba yabo lama investigators at 375 bekade reporter kuyena uminister ucele. Obuthelezi benomakhuba be reporter ku minister ucele bese ukuthi laba abanye be reporter ku Khehla Sithole. In fact laba kwakufanele nabo laba ngababa reporter ku Khehla Sithole. Ngezathu zokuthi khona umgebengu obenzakalayo. Kwacaca ukuthi no aba reporter ku minister ngoba lapha ya into ekhulunywa lapha akuyona le fanele iveze iqiniso cover up yodwa ehlanganiswe lapha. Base ba reporter ku minister uminister besike sikhuluma ngisho naye efonini. Esho ukuthi no uyazi na ukuthi lento enziwa yilabo abangala ayikho. Nabo abantu abakhuluma into eyona.
So nimbuzile manibona ukheli angavele ecourt ukuthi ukheli kwenzakaleni?
No akaze simbuze. Akasimbuza ngavele ngabona ngayibonela nje the day ekhuluma indaba yokuthi in fact ngabona before akhulume leyo nto khona izinto engase ngiyibona. Angifuna ukusho ukuthi yini kodwa khona izinto ayikhuluma ngabothi I know sekhona into influence wrong. Bese ngibona vele ukuthi use cishe mhlawumbe khona into abamsabise ngayo noma khona amacala abawaziwe laba abantu abangala laba abakhe 63 ngoba bagudi ke lapha ekubophisena abantu nokuthi nje mhlawumbe khona amacala abawaziwe abamsabise ukuthi bazowaveza.
The South African Police Service says it cannot comment on matters that are still in court.
As you are well aware, the case is currently in court and sub judice. Any issues pertaining to the case must be directed to the NPA and the court itself. Evidence will be dealt with in that forum, and as such, the SAPS cannot comment on cases that are in court.
The side of the Meyiwa family that believes that these are the suspects says it has no intentions to comment on the information by Tshepiso. It says the onus is on the state to prove that the confessions and or admissions made by the accused were made freely and voluntarily without undue influence.
It is said we have spoken to General Khehla Sithole, what is the head of the investigation, who General Mfazi will update us if anything happens or if there is any breakthrough in the case. So, and today we wake up to the news that the firearm has been found. And we're just hearing it from the media. In the overseas of the media, we already knew it maybe a month ago or 2 months ago. There was someone who was claiming she was Senzo don't know. Only the police lawa asebenzisana no General Tshepiso or aziyo. Because you must remember there are two teams in this investigation. There's a team there are two teams of who are supposed to be working together, but they are not working together. So the team, office in the Tshepiso, they know which is someone who has been claiming which he was there. But we were told that when there's a time for arrest, there will be people who are claiming which they were there. Yes, we all know which there was no one who entered the room. Amaphoyisa njengamanje kumele engabe abopha uLongwethwala for killing uSenzo. Senzo was shot by uLongwethwala. There was no one who entered the house. Bese ebopha all these police who have defeated the ends of justice. Senzo was shot by uLongwethwala. A call was made by Tumelo. The first call when Senzo was shot. What Tumelo, a boyfriend Kazandi, of which he didn't know by name, had shot Senzo, and then a phone was dropped. At the background, Ukeli, she was crying, Senzo. And that information was given to the SAPS. Why they do not want to arrest Longwethwala, I do not know. For me and my family, it is up to them. It's long overdue. We've said to the police several times, and the good police who are in the side of justice have said it. There was no one who entered the house. Yes, who are working on this case. Even who advocate in Gauteng, he confirmed it. According to the information that was given to him, there is no one. I had a live recording of Advocate Chauke saying, according to him as an advocate, experienced advocate, there was no one who entered the house.
Important to start off with reflecting exactly that. The family has always had a cry to say that police and investigating authorities never say anything to them. Over the last 6 or 7 years since Senzo was killed, information has been coming to them through the media. And in fact, I remember quite distinctly Senzo Meyiwa, Senzo's mother, saying that another issue that they told Begicela about when he went to go visit the family last year is the fact that there were always different police investigators coming to give them information, which they believed was also causing a significant delay in the matter being actually finalized. Now, subsequent to Qele's visit, he was there sometime last year, late last year, around this time actually. In July, Qele had established a special unit that would be looking into this particular matter of Senzo Meyiwa's killing. And of course, you'll remember that Qele came under a lot of fire because he gave deadlines that he never met. He initially said that by Christmas, that was Christmas in 2018, there would be feedback, and that didn't happen. Then he promised by Easter last year in 2019 that there'd be feedback. There was still no feedback. And in actual fact, when Qele had gone last year, it was because Sam Meyiwa, Senzo's father, had also passed away. So he was there to pay his condolences to the Meyiwa family. Now, that's one of the issues. But just like Siyabonga Mia was saying today, Senzo's mother also told us that they know exactly who killed Senzo Meyiwa, and in fact, she was of the belief that the same people who killed Senzo were also responsible for her husband's death. Let's take a listen into what she had said at the time.
Noma ngoba ungaqhamuka azosiza ngani ukube bathi bebulala uSenzo bazoza la ekhaya bathi simbulala uSenzo ubulawe ngephutha bazoza la ekhaya bathi sizoxolisa la ekhaya bafike eqaleni ngasathi bebulala uSenzo akaze kufike umuntu la ekhaya ezobika ukuthi uSenzo ubulawa ubulo ubani abaze bafike kuba bafika sikhathi lokuqala bathi uSenzo ufike ngephutha bese besigada ke bakhokhela amaphoyisa abasikhokheli thina babhizi bakhokhela amaphoyisa. Iqiniso lilapho nje bakhokhela amaphoyisa wasikhokheli thina babulala uSenzo kuyaziwa khona mangasalala ebusuku abangalala ebusuku hayi kahleni makithi kahleni abafike namhlanje mangibulala bebe ngibulala babulala ingane kaSenzo sife bese beyidleleke imali.
Well, Tami, as you can see, they are very emotional in Tshepiso Meyiwa, and one of the biggest cries actually was the fact that the family is not being taken care of, and the fact that she's raising one of Senzo's daughters, who is a teenager in high school, and her biggest cry was that Senzo's killers are out there. She says that these people have money. Now we heard from Siyabonga, he's named Longwe Twala. I mean, that's something that's a name that's been on the rumor mill for the longest time. But the News 24 report, I must actually just reflect this, Tami. The News 24 report says that the weapon that was used to kill Senzo Meyiwa has been linked to a man who's currently serving a jail term sentence in a Johannesburg prison, and that he was also responsible for the killing of an Alexandra taxi boss. So it's very interesting to see whether or not then who else this evidence will be linked to, and whether or not then it will still be linked to Longwe Twala, as the long-standing belief has been that, of course, he is responsible for the death of Senzo. I think for many people, South Africans at large, you know, Orlando Pirates supporters and those who love Senzo Meyiwa, the biggest question has always been, why has it taken the police so long to get to the bottom of this when there were so many witnesses in the house? And you'll even remember that the family reached out to AfriForum to take this matter up prosecutorially. So we know that the police had concluded their investigations, but it was up to the NPA or the likes of AfriForum taking up the matter and investigating it further. So now it seems as though the NPA, according to the News 24 report, is actually going to make a final determination on what to do with this matter. But just to go back to the family, Tami, because it's been 6 or 7 long, painful years, because they believe they know who is responsible. And again, they've emphasized that police haven't been forthcoming with information. Let's hear what the mom said at the time as well.
So it's going to bafike la sikhulumisana ngabe lecala liphelile, ngabe mhlambe noma lo waboshwa wagwetshwa basinikeze basize siphile siqhubeke nempilo njengabo nje bephila kahle. Baphila kahle bona, thina siphile kahle, siyasokola.
Our personal cell phones.
Oh, okay.
Yes, just
they hadn't taken them from me.
They took them from us, and then
the criminals, I mean.
No.
Okay.
They couldn't take my phone because I ran out. I had my phone in my pocket, so they didn't take my phone.
It's where you're at. It's 8 minutes past 4 o'clock. Welcome. It's The Drive with Mo Flavor and Masachaba and Ndlovu.
We welcome you to The Drive, Longwe. Thank you so much for responding to our invitation.
I'm actually saddened that my own people can do this to me, you know. I mean, it was a robbery gone wrong, you know. I was even the coward of the day because I actually ran out as those gunmen actually came in and requested phones and money from us. I was actually the first to stand up to try and protect everyone. I wanted to go get help, but it was later. Neighbors and everyone was sleeping. I didn't even have my phone because I left it at the house, so I couldn't call the cops. A fight broke loose inside because obviously Senzo was protecting Kelly because the guys were handling Kelly, and then that's when the guys actually released the gunshot, and then that's when the bullet killed Senzo.
ngiyababuza amaphutha yindaba sizokwenzani ecourt sethi nabayi asazi untanzi lapho kusho ukuthi ubuze indoda ngwami mina ngiyaqala ngisho ukubona nje konje yena igama ubani isibongo ubani achazeke nje hayi no ukuthi ngaboshwa la kanje achazeke nje i-story sakhe achazeke na ukuthi yena wethengiswa u3 million ukuthi uma ngabe ngafike ecourt ame ngathi kusho ukuthi abantu abenza bekuyithi manje sebefuna abanye abantu asebezobhala ngabo into enjengedocument fair.
They're not the perpetrators. I think this will be a big slap in the face. Because then they'll be like, what the hell have the police been doing?
Bayangibopha bayangithatha lapha esitratini engimkhona lamajita bangena up until ngize ngivume nami hayi ngendlela abangishaya ngawo vele bangishaya ukuthi bangibulala noma yini sengingafana ngani so ngize ngiphume ngithi hayi kulungile sakwenza lokho mina ngithi mina ngifuna malume cause malume uzokwazi ukuthi abazali bami ukuthi ngikuphi ngiyaphi noma ngiphi uze ukuthi bona no awufuni ni wena ukuyobona abazali bakho 99
So this is the one, GG.
I recollecting on that it was also
The first time I see it, but Mr. Ngomezulu says there's nothing contentious about it. What does that mean, Mr. Ngomezulu?
There are no indications of self-incriminating on the statement itself.
There's nothing indicating self-incrimination
Self-incrimination.
on the pro forma exhibit GG.
That's correct.
Yes, Mr. Cholo.
My lord, the one that I've just been given by the state, I've seen it. I confirm that those pages have been removed in this pro forma, my lord. The only document I've not seen is the one that has been submitted before this court.
What's it?
The only document that I have not seen is the one that has been submitted, my lord. If those pages
To the what? To the court?
To the court, yes.
Now, this court is bound by the law to tell the truth. Once you submit a document to this court,
Yes.
and it is a pro forma statement, this court won't even want to see it. Not the type of judge who's going to sit with information which is not before the court.
Thank you, ma'am. So should we proceed with this document or the one that has already been submitted?
Just show Ms. Mchololo this.
Thank you, my lord, for the indulgence. I've seen the document, ma'am.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, this judge called Ransam Pachi will never preside over a case where he sees a disputed document before it has been seen by the defense. Never, never.
As the court
Please.
I think there's also an ethical duty on the state not to submit any document that hasn't been proven, a statement that hasn't been
Yes.
proven. We will not do that.
Yeah, okay.
My lord, photos 2 and 7 have already been handed up as annexure GG in brackets.
Photos? Even those photos, I haven't seen them. I'm starting to see them now. They are here. Where are they?
Photos 2 to 7, they should form part of the bundle.
Let's show me those. This court only deals with evidence which has been adjudicated upon and argued on. When I start preparing whatever. But what has never passed through the evidence of the courts, I don't deal with it. Because there's no evidence predicating that. So, Mr. Ngomezulu, have you seen the photos?
I've seen.
How many are there? Because I am only seeing, I am going to see the photos now. I haven't seen them.
My lord, the photos that the state is intending to hand over is photo 2 to 7, but the photos that were
2 to 7.
2 to 7 for the purpose of this exercise.
Okay.
See this extra photo images.
Where are the originals?
The originals are
Oh, they are with the
witness.
yeah. Okay, yes.
Then, my lord, the state begs leave to hand up additional photos as part of Exhibit GG1. It's photos 26 to 31. They were previously also handed up to the.
So these photos are at GG Annexure 1.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
We also have them available in soft copy. They will be shown to the
Yeah, but the point is, does the defense have them?
Indeed, my lord, they were given to the defense.
Okay, fine.
With all those formalities out of the way, my lord, the state then calls the next witness is Lieutenant Colonel Adebe. It's witness number 85 on the list.
Yes. So the witness in, Mr. Peter.
Full name is in Miss.
Nkosukona James Harden.
Any objection in taking the oath?
No.
You swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. As you place on your hand, say so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is turning.
Thank you. Okay.
Is it correct that you are a lieutenant colonel in the South African Police?
Yes.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi ngiyi-lieutenant colonel emaphoyiseni.
Where are you currently attached?
I am currently attached at serious corruption in Klerksdorp, my lord.
Manje-ke la engisebenza khona-ke ngisebenza ngaphansi-ke kwe-unit abayibiza ukuthi serious corruption eClerksdorp.
Can you put your career history on record? When did you join the South African Police?
My lord, I joined the South African Police Service in 1987.
Ngiqale-ke ukusebenza emaphoyiseni ngo-1987.
I went to training at Hammanskraal in 1988.
Ngo-1988 ngase ngiya-ke kuqeqesho noma-ke ku-training eHammanskraal.
After my training, I was transferred to the detective services in Klerksdorp.
Emuva-ke kwaleyo training leyo ngase ngiya-ke kwigatsha labaphenyi-ke noma labaseshi eClerksdorp.
Just a minute. Yes, may continue.
From Klerksdorp, I was transferred to the then Valrent Murder and Robbery Unit.
Uma ngisuka-ke eClerksdorp ngase ngithunyelwa-ke kule indawo-ke ngaphambilini abayibiza-ke ukuthi i-Val Murder and Robbery Unit.
Which year was that?
It was 1989-90, yes.
Okungo-1989 no-90 uma ngiya khona lapho-ke.
And for how long were you at Klerksdorp?
1 year.
Police?
eClerksdorp-ke ngachitha unyaka owodwa.
Yes, and for how long were you at the Val Murder and Robbery?
At the Murder and Robbery Unit, I was there for 2 years.
Kwaba iminyaka emibili-ke ngise-Val Murder and Robbery Unit.
Then I was then transferred to Sharpeville Detective Services.
Ngase ngithunyelwa-ke kugatsha-ke lama-detectives eSharpeville.
And there I worked for about 3.5 years.
Bese kuthi-ke iminyaka ewu-3.5 la ngasebenza khona-ke lapho.
Then, my lord, I was transferred to South African Narcotics and Alcohol Bureau, which was the then SANAP.
Ngase ngisiwa kwilapho kwabathi-ke i-SANAP uma ngisuka khona lapho.
I worked at SANAP until 2000, which would have been 3 years.
Lapho ke ngisebenze kwaze kwashaya ke u-2000 okwenza ke ukuthi kwaba iminyaka emithathu.
I worked at SANAP for 3 years, and then SANAP was closed and we were all transferred to serious organized crime.
Wase ke evalwa ke uSANAP sonke ke sathathwa ke sasiwa la khona ke bizwa ngokuthi ke is serious organized crime.
At serious organized crime, I worked for many years until I was promoted in Rustenburg.
Ngisebenze lapho ke iminyaka eminingi ke kwaze kwayisikhathi la esengikushikela khona ke ngesifunda kushika eRustenburg.
I was transferred to Rustenburg in 2019.
Ukuya kwami ke eRustenburg ngiye ngo-2019.
I've worked various sections within the serious organized crime, namely national priority violent crimes, drug enforcement section.
Just a minute.
Sebenzeke kwindawo noma ke kuma unit amaningi ke phakathi lapho ke kuyona ke i-serious organized crime
and project investigations.
kanye nokuphenya ke ama projects.
And where were you based when you were attached to organized crime?
I was based in the Valrent man.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke ngangisebenzela khona ke eVal.
I just want to show you exhibit GG. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, my lord.
Uchichi lona ke uphambi kwami yebo ngiyamazi.
That's which one?
As the note on the pointing out of a scene that was completed by myself.
Lana ke ama notes la ekwakhonjwa khona ke kwindawo ke yesigameko abhala yimina.
Can you go ahead and read the contents of exhibit GG in the report?
On the form here, on the pro forma, it says note on the pointing out of a scene or scenes and or points.
Lana ke bhaliwe ukuthi ama notes ke pointing out noma la ekukhonjwa khona ke indawo yesigameko noma indawo zesigameko noma ke i-point noma ama points.
Just before you proceed, have you conducted pointings out before?
Yes.
Before this particular one?
Yes, my lord.
How many more or less before this particular one?
My lord, I think it's about 4 before this one.
Ngathi ke ayo 4 ngaphambilini ngaphambi kwayona lena ke pointing out.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then it says, describe the precise circumstances preceding the pointing out of a scene or point out.
Lana ke iyachaza ke noma ithi ke awuchaze ke izimo ke ngaphambi kokuthi ke uhambe ke noma ke uyofinyelela kuyona ke le ndawo yesigameko noma ke i-pointing out there.
On 1, it says, who approached the officer to take charge of such pointing out?
Bese kunombuzo ke lapha yana ukuthi ubani ke ozeke kuyona ke officer noma ke iphoyisa lelo ke ukuthi libe yilona ke elihola leyo pointing out noma lokho khomba lokho.
I then wrote Lieutenant Colonel Gininda from Head Office Detective Services.
Base ngibhala ke ukuthi uyena uLieutenant Colonel Gininda obuya khona ke Head Office kwi service yabaphenyi noma yabaseshi.
The date, my lord, is 2020-0604, though I made a mistake on the form and wrote 0504.
I-date ke u-2020-0604 kodwa mina ngenza iphutha ke ngabhala 2020-0504.
The time was 1339.
Isikhathi ke u-1339.
And then on point 2, it says, how was the officer approached? And by telephone, personally or otherwise. I scratched personally and otherwise and left by telephone.
Bese kuba nombuzo ke ukuthi wasenziwa kanjani ke noma kwakhulunyiswana kanjani ke ne-officer leyo ukuthi kwenze lokhu ngase ukuthi kwenziwa ngokuyena mathupha noma ngenye indlela ngazicima ngazicisha lezo imbili ngayisula kwatsala ke ngocingo.
And further, I wrote, can you please obtain a pointing out from an accused on my case?
Ngaqhubeka ke ngabhala ngafundeka ngale ndlela ungasiza yini ngokuthi ke uthathe noma wenzeke khomba noma ke pointing out kumsolwa ecaleni la.
On point 3, it says, what were the exact words of the member of the force when he approached the officer to take charge of such pointing out?
Umbuzo landelayo ukuthi athini ke amagama noma amazwi asetshenziswa ilona ke ilunga lelo uma ngabe liza kuwena ke noma licela i-officer ke ukuthi lihole leyo pointing out there.
The answer is, can you please obtain a pointing out on my case?
Impendulo ithi ke ungasiza yini ukuthi wenzeke pointing out ecaleni lami.
And it said, and then the proforma says, read to the suspect at, and then I wrote Albertine SAPS on this day, 5th day of June 2020, and at office number 31 Albertine SAPS.
Bese kuthi ke okwafundelwa noma fundela umsolwa wasemchazwa ke kuma kwi-station samaphoyisa sase-Albertine ngalo suku lwesihlanu kuJune ngo-2020 ku-office number 31 kumaphoyisa noma i-police station yase-Albertine.
And then on name, I wrote Muzika Kulelwa Themba Sibiya.
Igama ngasengibhala ke umuzika ukhulelwa Themba Sibiya.
Place Nongoma in KwaZulu Natal.
Indawo Nongoma KwaZulu Natal.
What does that information represent, please?
The place represent where is he from.
Lena indawo ke ichaza la abuya khona ukuthi owakuphi nendawo.
And then on the space of sex, I wrote male.
Ngasengibhala ke ukuthi umuntu wesilisa.
On the address, he could not give a specific address and mentioned that he uses Ngoza Primary School as his address because there are no physical addresses.
Ikheli ke wase akanganako ukuthi anikeze ngekheli ekuyilona wase echaza ke ukuthi ke sebenzisa ke uNgoza Primary School.
On his age, he gave 34 years of age.
Iminyaka yakhe ke wasethi uneminyaka u-34.
And then it continues, apparently in his sound and sober senses appear before me, Police Officer Lieutenant Colonel Hateb.
Bukeka ke umuntu ke osengqondweni ke ngokuphelele indlela ke angayo ngaphambi kwami iphoyisa uLieutenant Colonel Hateb.
Appointed as Justice of the Peace for the Republic of South Africa.
Nokuthi ke uqokuweke nanjengoloko bakubiza ke ukuthi ke i-Justice of the Peace wayo ke i-Republic of South Africa.
The said person was brought by, I did not write anything, my lord, because there was a lot of heckling regarding that. I had to end up going to sign for the accused myself.
Lapha kubhaliwe ke ukuthi walethwa ubani angibhalanga lutho ke lapho ngoba ke kwakumusho nje eziningi mayelana nalokho kwadingeka ukuthi ngihambe ke ngiyomsayindela mina ke mathupha umsolwa.
Where did you sign him out?
I signed him out from the OB, which is an occurrence book.
La ngamsayindela khona ke incwadi esibiza ngokuthi ke i-OB noma ke occurrence book,
which is kept in the SAPS cells at Albert.
Igcinwa ke kuma cells ke SAPS eAlbertine.
To the private office number 31 Albertine SAPS.
Kuthi ke na kwi-office ke eli-private eli number 31 kumaphoyisa noma kwi-station samaphoyisa eAlbertine.
At Alberton SAPS, only the interpreter, and I scratched it out, my lord, because there wasn't any interpreter.
Ibisechaza ke ukuthi ke station amaphoyisa eAlbertine utolika kuphela lapho ke engakusulaka noma ke engaku cimake ngoba ke kwakungena interpreter eyayikhona noma utolika owayekhona.
Lieutenant Colonel, can you just maybe explain after you made the entry in the occurrence book, what happened? You said you made an OB and also an entry in the cells. What happened thereafter?
I received him and I cuffed him and I took him to office number 31 Albertine at Albertine SAPS.
Ngamkhipha ke lapho ngifake ke uZankosi ngase ngimsake kwi-office ke number 31 khona lapho eAlbertine SAPS.
Yeah, and just before you proceed, you say there was heckling. That's why you ended up going to send out the accused himself. What do you mean there was heckling?
That's correct, my lord. No one was prepared to sign for the suspect, hand him to me, for me to continue and then later on bring him back, fearing questions of escapes and all that.
Kwakungekho umuntu wayimiseleke ukuthi ke ahambe ke ayomkhipha abese amsayindela ke ambethe kumina ukuthi ke mase ngiqedile ngiphinde ngimbuyiseke ngokwesabela ke ukuthi mhlambe kungenzeka ke bekhona ke ukubaleka.
There was a Sergeant Baloyi who was prepared to do that, but he was discouraged. Hence, I then decided to sign for the suspect myself.
Wayekhona ke uSergeant Baloyi owayengiseleke ukuthi angasiza ngakwenza ke lokho kodwa ke kwase kwenzeka ke ukuthi nje angakwenzi noma angasaqhubeka ke yiloko ngathatha isinqumo sokuthi bese ngiyahamba ke ngiyomkhipha ngokwami.
There in the cells, who pointed out the accused to you, or the person to you?
The accused was not pointed out to me. He was alone in that portion of the cells. As I walked in, there were people that were guarding him, which were members of EMPD, if I'm not.
Lapho ke akekho umuntu owangikhomba yena kwathi uyena ke lona kuleyo ngcenye leyo ke ama-cells awayekona kwakuyena yedwa futhi ke kunabantu ke bebembhekile bemgadile ke uma ngiziphutha ke abe-EMPD.
Yes, you may proceed with the form.
I show him my appointment certificate and his reaction is I confirm.
Okay, so ngase ngimkhombisayo ke ngitshengisayo ke i-certificate sami ke somsebenzi wasethi ke hayi ke cha ngiyabona noma ngiyasibona.
Say there was no use made of an interpreter. Can you explain to the court as to what was the reason?
The reason for not using an interpreter, my lord, is that Tshepiso was speaking Zulu and I'm also Zulu.
Imbangela ke yokuthi kwakungasetshenziswa ke ukutolika ukuthi ke uSifiya ukhuluma isiZulu nami ke ngiyumZulu.
And can you just explain to the court how well conversant are you in isiZulu?
I am well conversant in isiZulu. I grew up in KZN in Newcastle.
IsiZulu ngiyasikhuluma ke esikhuluma kahle futhi ngakhulela ke KZN eNewcastle.
I still have a lot of relatives that I visit almost twice or thrice a year in KZN.
Futhi ke ngisenomndeni ke engisahambayo ke ngiyobabona mhlambe kabili noma kathathu ke khona kabili noma kathathu ngonyaka eKZN.
And isiZulu is my home language, and we were only allowed to speak isiZulu in my household. My father was very strict with it.
IsiZulu ke ulimi lami ke lasekhaya ekhaya ke nje ubaba ke ayengakuvumi nje ukuthi sikhulume nje olimi babuyisiZulu kuphela.
So I'm well conversant with this.
Ngakho-ke isiZulu ngiyasikhuluma sikhuluma kahle futhi.
You may proceed.
On the following page, it says, the said was asked whether he was informed of the reason for his arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996, which is the Constitution. So, and then my answer is, yes, I was informed. And then he further explained that he was in custody on a drug dealing charge.
Wase ebuzwa ke ukuthi ingabe watshela yini ngembangela yokuboshwa kwakhe nanjengoba ke umthethosisekelo ke nomthethosisekelo u35 wakhe ke uAct 108 ka1996 usho uthi yebo ngatshelwa ke wabese eseqhubeka futhi engitshela ukuthi waboshelwani wathi ke ngiboshelwe icala lezidakamizwa.
The said person is informed of his rights as prescribed by Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996. 1. The said person was informed of the right to remain silent. 2. He was informed that he has the right to remain silent and of the consequence if he does not remain silent. Number 3. He was also warned that he was not obliged to make any confession or admission that might later be used against him. Number 4, he was also informed that he has the right to consult with a legal representative of his choice, and if he cannot afford the services of such legal representative, a legal representative can be appointed by the state. Number 5, if he is a minor, he has a right to be supported by his next of kin, guardian, / legal representative, or any other person of his choice before he makes any statement, confession, admission, or pointing out. And then I asked, do you understand the warning I have given to you? The answer is yes, I understand.
Kwase kuthi ke okulandelayo ke wase echazelwa ke ngamalungelo akhe ke anawo ke lakhona ke kena ke uSection 35/1996 okokuqala ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi angathula angasho lutho. Wase etshelwa ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi angathula nokuthi futhi ke imiphumela ke ingaba yini uma ekhetha ukuthi angathuli, nokuthi ke wase exwayiswa ke ukuthi akaphoqelekile ukuthi avule isifuba noma avume, nokuthi ke lokho kungathi ke kusetshenziswe ngakuyena njengobufakazi. Wase exwayiswa futhi ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi ke angakhulumisana nommeli oqokwe noma okhethwe uyena, nokuthi uma kuwukuthi ke akafinyeleli ukuthi ke amkhokheleke loyo mmeli noma ukuthi akamafodi ke unelungelo ke lokuthi umbuso ungathi umkhokele noma ke ukhethele ummeli, nokuthi uma kuwukuthi ke uyingane esencane unelungelo lokuthi kube khona ke umuntu wakibo noma ke owomndeni, ummeli noma yimuphi omunye umuntu okhethwe uyena ngaphambilini kokuthi ke enze istatement leso avume avule isifuba nokuthi ayokhomba. Ngase ngimbuza ke ukuthi uyazwisisa yini lezi xwayiso engikunikeza zona, waphendula ke wathi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
Now, this law that you've quoted, Section 35 of Act 105 of 1996, which law is it? What is it commonly known as?
It's known as the rights of an accused person.
Lomthetho ke mthethwa komthethosisekelo lona ke u35 ka108/1996 ke umthetho owaziwa ke noma omayela ke namalungelo omuntu owumsola noma umuntu oboshiwe.
But where does
which is entrenched in the Constitution of the Republic.
Okhona ke kumthethosisekelo ke weRepublic.
Thank you. You may proceed.
The said person is informed that he is in the presence of a justice of the peace.
Sorry, just read the part. Do you understand the warning?
Okay, I then asked, do you understand the warning I have given to you? And the answer is yes, I understand.
Uza ukuthi isixwayiso noma izixwayiso lezi enginikeza zona ngiyazwisisa yini? Waphendula kwathi yebo ngiyazizwa.
The said person is informed that he is in the presence of a justice of the peace, an officer in the South African police. He is warned that he is not compelled to point out any sins or point out on the scene or say anything about such sins. The said person is further warned that what he may point out or may say will be noted down, and photographs of the scene and pointed out will be taken and may later be used as evidence during a subsequent trial.
Wasetshela-ke umuntu loyo-ke ukuthi manje-ke usekhoneni-ke balo obizwa nanjenge-justice of the peace, kanye futhi-ke noyiphoyisa-ke kuwona amaphoyisa aseNingizimu Afrika wase exwayiswa ukuthi akaphoqelekile ukuthi akhombe indawo noma yipi indawo noma ama-points noma-ke indawo nokuthi-ke asho lutho mayelana nendawo noma indawo lezo. Wase etshelwa exwayiswa futhi ukuthi nayini noma yikuphi akukhombayo-ke noma akushoyo kuzothi kubhalwe phansi uthwetshwe iy'thombe zaleyo ndawo noma iy'ndawo lezo noma ama-points lawo azothi awakhombe bese kuthi-ke kamuva-ke kusetshenziswe nanjengobufakazi uma sekuqhulwa icala.
Ask whether he knows and understands the warning given to him now, and the answer to this is as follows: I understand the warning.
Uziwe-ke noma ebuzwa-ke ukuthi uyazwisisa noma uyakwazi yini uyazizwa noma uyazazi yini lezi xwayiso ezinikezwa kuyena. Waphendula-ke wathi ngiyazizwa izixwayiso.
He is further asked if he still wishes to point out the sins or point out, and his reply to this is, I still want to point out and give a statement.
Wasebuzwa-ke ukuthi-ke emuva kwalokho-ke ingabe kuseyisifiso sakhe yini ukuthi-ke akhombe-ke indawo noma indawo noma ama-points. Wase ephendula-ke ethi ngisafisa noma ngisafuna ukuthi ngikhombe nokuthi nginikeze nge-statement.
And on the following page, on number 1, it says, have you previously pointed out anything of a similar nature? The answer is no.
Wase ebuzwa ukuthi ngaphambilini usike wakhomba-ke yini noma khona la owakhomba yini okufanayo-ke nalokhu. Waphendula-ke wathi cha.
Number 2, he says, if so, when, where, when, and to whom? And because there was none, I wrote not applicable.
Uma kunjalo-ke uphi nini ubani ngoba-ke besephendulile-ke wathi cha akukho.
And the following is, were you in any way assaulted, threatened, or influenced by any person to point out sins or points? The answer is no.
Ngabe washaywa yini, wesatshiswa yini, noma-ke kwaba khona ukugqugquzela yini, noma kwaba nomthelela yini, khona yini umuntu owaba nalo nomthelela yini ukuthi-ke ukhombe indawo noma indawo noma i-point noma ama-points? Waphendula-ke wathi cha.
Do you have any injuries or bruises of any nature whatsoever? Can you show them to me? If so, please show them to me. And the answer is no.
Ingabe khona unako yini ukulimala noma amanxeba noma-ke uzuko onayo noma yaluphike uhlobo? Uma kunjalo-ke ngicela-ke ungitshengise noma ungikhombiseke. Waphendula-ke wathi cha.
Observations by the officer. What I did here was to request the member from local criminal record center to take pictures of the accused person.
Bese kuthi kubhaliwe lana-ke ukuthi lokho okwabonwa-ke i-officer ukusho-ke iphoyisa ekuyimina engakwenza-ke lana ukuthi kucele ilunga-ke lakwa-LCRC, the local criminal record center, ukuthi lithwebule-ke iy'thombe zakhe umsolwa.
But he is calm. That's what I wrote here.
Kodwa-ke engakubhala-ke lana ukuthi nje ngisho ukuthi-ke cha wayengenako-ke ukutatazela owayenako.
And who is a member from the local criminal record center that you requested to take?
It's Sergeant
photos of?
Mapakela from LCRC Albert.
kwaku Sergeant Maphakela we-LCRC e-Albertine yena-ke lo wayethwebula iy'thombe.
And which photos were those?
The photos are as follows, my lord. It's photo 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Iy'thombe yilezi-ke u-2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kanye no-7.
We'll also just show them on the screen for the benefit of the accused. Can you just indicate which photo is it?
That is photo 2.
Number 2 there.
It's photo 3.
Showing what?
The accused facing the opposite side.
And the first photo, photo 2,
it shows the accused facing to the front part, facing me, and the person taking the picture.
Photo 3.
Photo 4 shows the accused with his clothes, the top clothes removed, and his bare chested. Which also was to in confirmation of any injuries, that he did not have any injuries on his body. Photo 5 shows the accused looking to the left hand side, still not wearing anything on top. Also,
the aim being,
the purpose is to check any injuries on his body. Photo 6 shows the accused facing the opposite side, opposite direction, without anything on top, showing that he had no injuries. Photo 7 shows the accused facing the right hand side, and without any top on, and also the intention was to check for injuries.
Can get back to the form.
On point 10, it says, tell me how you sustained injuries. I wrote not applicable because he did not have any injuries.
Okay. Lana-ke u-10 uthi-ke angitsheleke ukuthi walimala kanjani ngoba-ke kwakungekho-ke ukulimala kunalutho ebhaliwe lapha.
The following page, note down the following information. The vehicle of the SAP number, which is the vehicle that we used for pointing out.
Lana-ke ithi bhala phansi-ke le mininingwane elandelayo. Lana-ke imoto lena-ke esayisebenzisa noma esasihamba ngayo emaphoyisa.
The SAP number is BVL 755B.
Number yayo-ke u-BVL 755B.
The kilometer reading on that vehicle at that point was 80652.
Nokuthi-ke ama-kilometer nama-mileage yayo-ke kwaku-80652.
On driver, it's Warrant Officer Nailana.
Umshayeli-ke kwaku-Warrant Officer Nailana.
Passenger left front is Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
Ukuthi passenger-ke hlangothi lwangaku-left ngaphambili u-Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
Passenger on the right back, there was no one, I wrote none.
Passenger-ke kuhlangothi lwangaku-right emuva kwakungekho umuntu.
What was the position regarding the photographer? Was he traveling with you or separating?
He was traveling separately with another.
Umthobela ithombe yena-ke wayehambela ngenye imoto.
Passenger left back is Muzika Ukhulelwa Stemba Sibiya.
I-passenger-ke emuva-ke ngaku-left kwakuwumuzika ukhulelwa Themba Sibiya.
Name of photographer is Sergeant Maphakela.
Igama lomthwebuli wey'thombe kwaku Sergeant Maphakela.
And we depart from Alberton SAPS.
Sasuka ke isiteshi samaphoyisa sase Alberton.
Date 2020-06-05.
Date ke kwaku 2020-06-05.
Time returned 13:30 and the kilometers was 8069.
Isikhathi ke kwaku 1:30 13:30 amakilometer uma sesibuya ke kwaku 80690.
Do you still remember what the time of departure was?
Yes, my lord. The time of departure was around 1300 hours.
Isikhathi esahamba ngaso noma esasuka ngaso khona lapho njengoba la kubhalwe esokubuya kwaku 1300.
Yes, you may proceed.
After conclusion of the pointing out of the scenes or points, the notes are read to the person who pointed out and they are interpreted once again. The following questions are now put to the person who pointed out the scene or the point.
Emuva ukuthi sekuqediwe ukuthi kuyokhonjwa noma ukuthi akhombeke indawo noma i-point noma ama-points kwase ke ama-notes lawo ke ayafundwa ke afundelwa loyo ke ebekuyena ke obekhomba nokuthi ke aphinde futhi afunyishwe noma atholikwe ke imibuzo ile mibuzo elandelayo ke manje ayibuzwayo ke lowo ebekuyena obekhomba.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out and said had been noted down correctly? The answer is yes.
Umbuzo ke ingabe wenelisekile yini ukuthi lokho okukhombile nokushilo ukuthi kubhalwe kahle ngendlela noma ngendlela ke ukusho ngayo impendulo ke yathi yebo.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out is your own version of what took place? The answer is yes.
Wenelisekile yini ukuthi lokho okukhombile yilokhu okushiwo wena okuphuma kuwena mayelana nalokho okwenzeka impendulo yathi yebo.
Do you have any complaints about the manner in which I conducted the pointing? The answer is no.
Ingabe khona yini impendulo ke wathi cha.
Are you satisfied with the interpreter? The answer is not applicable.
Ingabe wenelisekile yini ngotolika wayengekho ke ukuxolisa.
And the following page says, place Alberton, date 2020-06-05, time 14:20.
Ebese kuba kuthi ke indawo yi-Alberton, i-date 2020-06-05, isikhathi 14:20.
And the signature, my signature, I placed my signature on where it says signature officer would conduct the pointing out.
Bese ngasayinda ke la ithi khona ke i-officer leyo kuba kuyona ke eyayihola i-pointing out.
I scratched out the portion of the interpreter.
Ngase ke ngihlisha ke lapha khona ke ukutolika.
And the deponent, did he append his signature anywhere on the document, exhibit GG?
His signature and thumbprint, I placed it on every page of the pro forma, my lord.
Ukusayinda kwakhe ke yena kanye futhi nesithupha sakhe ke khona ke ku-page ngayodwa yayo ke i-form then.
And on all the pages, and where on point 12, where it wants signature and right thumbprint of the person who pointed out the scenes, I placed his thumbprint and he also placed his signature there. Yes. Yes.
Bese kuthi ke ku-point 12 ila khona ke ingantela khona ke noma wayesayinda khona ke futhi ke ase ebeka khona ke isithupha sakhe kanye futhi nokusayina.
And when was this done? When was the signature and thumbprint appended?
On the same day of the interview, of the pointing out.
Lokho ke kwenzeka ngaleli langa ke akhomba ngalo ukuthi ke sayinde futhi abeke nesithupha sakhe.
But was it after the conclusion of going through the form with him, or at what stage was it?
After having gone through the form with him, that is what we did in terms of his signature and the thumbprint.
Usemuva kokuthi ke iform lena ke sibheke yonke ke manje sengimphamisana noma ngifunda iform yonke ila bese ngimcela khona ukuthi abeke super sign futhi.
But paragraph 12 refers to after the conclusion of the printings out.
Yes, my lord. Paragraph 12 comes after we have went and came back. That is when he will then place his thumbprint.
Paragraph 12 ke ukhuluma ngathi sesihambile ke sasibuya ke ila khona manje sebeka khona super sakhe assign futhi.
Which will then be in confirmation of his satisfaction about how the pointing out was put up.
Lokho ke okuzoqinisekisa ke manje la esenza isiqinisekiso sakhe ke sokuthi ke wenele noma wenelisekile ke mayelana nendlela ke eqhube ngayo noma engihole ngakhona ke pointing out.
Were there any photos taken upon your return?
That's true. Photos were taken, my lord, and they are as follows.
Khona ke ithombe manje esetshenziswa ke for isikhathi sesibuyile ke.
That is from photo 26 to photo 31.
Suka isithombe 26 uyofika ke ku 31.
Photo 26 shows accused whilst dressed,
Lana ke 26 ingenkathi ke esafokile
facing my side or that of the camera.
ebheke ngakuyona ke i-camera noma mina.
Photo 27 shows him facing the opposite side.
27 kuyomkhombisa ke ebheke le
He is still dressed.
usagqokile ke.
Photo 28 shows the accused without any top on. He is bare-breasted.
Lana ke 28 ila engagqokile ke phezulu.
Purpose is also to check on any other injuries that he might have sustained.
Nalana ke inhloso ukubheka ke ukuthi kusengenzeka ukuthi abe kwayeke ulimele yini.
Photo 29 shows him facing the left side.
Bese kuthi u29 ke ubheke kuhlangothi ngaku left.
Bare-breasted without any injuries.
Akagqokanga lutho phezulu futhi akalimele.
Photo 30 shows him facing the opposite side, bare-breasted without any injuries.
Bese kuthi ke u30 ubheke le akagqoke lutho akalimele.
Photo 31 shows him facing the right-hand side and without any injuries. Still bare-breasted.
31 nalapha ke ubheke ngakuhlangothi ngaku right ke akagqoke lutho phezulu akalimele futhi.
Do you confirm the correctness of this document, Exhibit GG?
Yes, I confirm, my lord.
Qinisekisa ke ukuthi ngempela ke le iqiniso ke le document lena uGG.
And just one last aspect. In which capacity are you attached to the Klerksdorp serious corruption?
I'm the unit commander.
La engisebenza khona ke ngiyi-unit commander.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes. Commissioner, any cross-examination?
Court pleases, my lord. Sir, may I just confirm if during the interview of Mr. Spear, there was no any other person except yourself and him. Is that correct?
In the office, there wasn't anyone except him and me.
Kwi-office ke la engangikhulumisana ngixoxisana khona ke nomnumzana Spear kwakungekho omunye umuntu ngaphandle kwakhe nami.
All right. So, in other words, this means that there's no one that can be called to come and confirm
what you have told the court just now. Do you agree?
That's true, my lord.
Yebo kuqiniswa ukuthi akekho angabizwa ke azoqinisekisa lokho engiqeda ukutshela inkantolo.
Firstly, let's get in terms of proximity, in terms of time. I'll get to the dates. You said you received a request from Colonel Gininda on the 5th of June 2020. Is that correct?
On the 4th of June.
Kwakuyi-4 zikaJuni ke nkathi sengicela uma sengithola isicelo kuyena uKenneth Gininda i-4 zikaJuni.
But according to this pro forma, as you have tried to clarify it, it indicates the 4th of May. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ngiyabona ukuthi yona ke iform ibhalwe 4 May.
So in other words, this is not the correct date in which you received the request from Colonel Gininda.
Yes, hence my explanation to the court.
Yebo ke yona lena ke ebhalwe lana kusiyona ke ingakho ke bese ngichazile ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke iphutha le ngalendlela ebhalwe ngayo.
Prior to the handing over of this document to the defense, and the defense had to consult with the accused. Do you understand it?
Yes.
Yebo ke ngiyavuma ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ke i-document lena inikezwe ke abameli kufanele ukuthi bahlale phansi bakhulumisane ke nabasolwa.
When did you realize this mistake? Was it after you handed over this document to the defense or on the day in which you conducted the interview?
My lord, that was after the defense had been finished with the documents.
Ukuthi ke ngizobona ke iphutha leli kukamuva ke ukuthi ke abameli sebenikiwe ke i-document leli.
So in our consultation with the accused, it has been made clear that the 4th of May 2020 could not be the date in which you interviewed the. And what was the method or the way of rectifying it before it was handed over? Oh, sorry, it was handed over. You realize it after. But was there any other way that you could rectify it except correcting it under oath in court?
My lord, I submitted the documents to the investigating team on the very same day. I would not have had time to correct it. And if I had realized it that day, I would have corrected it the very same day. So I had no access to the document until I came for consultation.
I-document lena ke ngase nginikeza ngayo ke kwithimba ke lapha phenyi ngase sengekho ke thuba manje lokuthi sengalungisa ke uma kuukuthi kwakuyinto ke engayibona ngaleso sikhathi noma ngalelo langa ke ngangizolungisa ke lelo phutha lelo ke angiphindaka ngingahlangana nayo ke i-document lena kwaze kwayisikhathi la esengizo consulta ke nomshushisi.
So you maintain that you received a telephone call from Colonel Gininda on the 4th of May 2020 at 13:39, approximately 20 to 2.
My lord, I received a call from Colonel Gininda on 2020-06-04.
Mina ke ilanga ke ngathola ngalo ke i-call ke namkhenya Gininda kwaku 2020-06-04.
It seems that you conducted the interview on the 5th of June 2020 at 20 to 2. That's the correct date in which you received.
That is not.
Akutsho nalona ke ilanga lelanga i5 sikajuni engaba ne-interview nomsola ngalo.
I just want to correct the time because I can see you started with the first mistake of the 4th of May. The second mistake is on the time in which you received the request. You said 1339.
Yes.
Ngibhalile ke la ukuthi ke isikhathi engathola noma ke isicelo safika ngalo u-1339.
And on the same day, in paragraph, I'll just confirm it now. Wait. I beg your pardon. The second page. You said you returned, you did not specify. You talked about the time you returned. Do you see that? You said 1330.
Yes.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi isikhathi sabuya ngaso u-1330.
Was it the same day as the time you received the request from Gininda?
My lord, it couldn't have been the same. I said I received the call on 2020 0604. The following day I went and did pointing out.
Engikushilo ukuthi bengeke kube ilanga elilodwa ngishilo ke ukuthi uma ngicelwa ke uyena uKenneth Gininda kwakuyi4 zikaJune 2020 ngelanga elilandelayo ke ngase ngihamba ngiyokwenza yona ke i-pointing out.
At the time you received this call, where were you? At that time, when you received the call at 1339 from Colonel Gininda, where were you exactly?
I was in my office at Rustenburg.
Nangise office lami ke eRustenburg nkathi ngithola ke ucingo lolu obuya kuyena uKennel Gininda.
So from Rustenburg, the following day you proceeded to Albertine.
That's correct, my lord.
Base kuthi ngelanga elilandelayo ke ngase ngiya eAlbertine.
All right. Upon your arrival at Albertine, you said you came across, okay, let's just put it this way. The accused at that time was held in the police cells when you arrived.
That's correct, man.
Kuthi ke ngalelo langa ngathi ngifika ke umsolwa ke waye kuma-cell ase-Albertine.
You will agree with me that this is the only police cells that is at Albertine is inside the CSC. Is that correct? Of Albertine. When you enter the CSC office, there's cells on your left hand side.
That's correct.
Yebo ke uma ungena ke CSC for the Albertine kunama cells ekuhlangothi lapho la kwashopmele.
There were no other cells other than that cell. Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Ukuthi kwangekho ke amanye ngaphandle kwalawo angazi.
So immediately when you arrived, what time was it when you arrived at Albertine?
I arrived at Albertine at around 11:30.
Isikhathi ngafika ngaso ke eAlbertine kwaku-11:30.
Do you know where was the accused kept before you arrived at Albertine? Or which police station was he kept?
No, I don't, my lord.
Ukuthi ke wayegcine kuyiphi police station ngaphambi kokuthi ngifike eAlbertine ngoba ngikwazi.
So you won't dispute that the accused was transported from Valeria to Albertine police station on the 5th of the 6th month 2020. You won't dispute that?
Yes, I won't.
Angeke ngiphikiseke uma ethi ke wasuswa ke eValeria police station nge-5 kaJune wase esiwa ke eAlbertine.
If May I approach? The accused is raising his hand. All right, let's just put it straight as per my instruction. Accused person was transported from Valeria to Vosloorus police station, to Vosloorus, where he was assaulted, he was tortured, and the nature of the assault was choked with a plastic bag in his face. Will you comment on that?
My Lord, I don't have any comment on that, but I believe that he would have reported that.
Ukuthi ke wathathwa ke evidele wase esuka ke ePostolus la ashaywa khona ke base bemfaka ke iTube ngayo ke uplastic ebusweni akuphe ngakusho kulokho kodwa ke ngiyakholwa ukuthi ngabe ke wangitshela ke uma ukuthi kwenzeka lokho.
We'll reserve the issue of reporting to you, but I just want to narrate the instruction of accused number 1 Tshepiso. After he was assaulted from Vosloorus, he was then taken to Albertine police station. Will you dispute that?
I don't know about that one.
Angazi lutho ke ngalokho ukuthi emuva kokuthi seshayiwe ke ePostolus wase esiwa ke eAlbertine.
All right. It's your evidence that no one handed over the accused to you. That's
Yes,
your
my lord.
evidence.
Yebo kubufakazi bami ke lokho ukuthi akekho umuntu owangidlulisela kumina.
And the reason that you have advanced before this honorable court is a reason that cannot be supported by any person in relation to the fear of him escaping. That's not a genuine reason. Do you agree?
My Lord, it is a genuine reason.
Lokhu kokuthi ke akekho owamdlulisela kumina ngoba ukuthi kwakuthi bayesaba ukuthi kufanele isizathu leso ke engathi kumina ke siyazwakala uma sinento ke ebambekayo.
In terms of escape from lawful custody, when investigation is started, it starts with the person who signed for the accused or a suspect.
Uma kuwukuthi ke kunomuntu ke obalekile ke umuntu lowo ke oboshiwe uqala leyo ke lokho kuqala ke nomuntu lowo ekuyena osayindile ukuthi ke umsolwa aphume.
Sir, I will demonstrate to the court that the reason to say people, I would say the people, although it was not verbatim said by you, you said they did not want to account because they were scared of an escape. That's what you said.
Yes.
Shilo ukuthi ke akekho wayefisa noma wayefuna ukuthi ke abusayindeka amkhiphe ngoba ke isaba ke ukuthi ngabaleka.
And there was no attempt to escape when you arrived. He was under police guard. When you approached the SAPS Albertine, you said there were Metro Police officers that were there.
Yes.
Shilo ke ukuthi uma ngifika lapho ke kwakukhona ke babembhekile futhi kukhona ke nabe EMPD.
What were the prospects of escape if that would be the reason for no one to account in the handing over?
My Lord, when a person is handed over to an officer for a pointing out or a confession, that particular person gets signed out by a specific person to hand over to an officer.
Uma kuwukuthi ke uma kuwukuthi umuntu uzothuthwa ke lo muntu uzondlulisela ke officer noma ke uya ke kwi-confession noma ke kwi-pointing out kunomuntu osayindayo ke amdlulise
But in this case,
in case anything happens, the person who signed for the person will be investigated. So if police are scared of handing a suspect over to me who they had signed for, I see no issue there, hence I went and signed for him.
Uma ke ukuthi ke kunento eyenzakalayo loyo ke ekuyena usayindile uyena usayindile uphenyo luzoqala kuyena. Uma ke manje amaphoyisa ke enenkinga noma ke engafuni ke ukuthi asayinde ukuthi ke ubani ukhishwe uyena emaselini, angiboni kuudaba noma kuyinto ke etheni ke leyo, mina kwami ukuthi angihambe ke ngiyomkhipha mina.
According to me, it's a point of contention because it should have been indicated on that form the reason why there was no one to hand over the accused to you for the pointing out.
The form, my lord, says the accused or the suspect was handed over to me by.
By who?
So there is no one who hands over the suspect to me. Hence, I scratched it out.
Iform yona ke uma la ngendlela ke ebhalwe ngayo futhi umsolwa ke wathi endlulisela kumina kodwa ke akekho umuntu owamdlulisela kumina ke ingakho ke leyo ndawo leyo ngayisuka.
Say, let us be practical and be realistic enough. You approach the SAPS, the accused person, you found him in the police cells. There are keys there. Who did they give you the keys to open for yourself and take out the accused?
My lord, they did not open. They did not give me the keys. They opened for me.
Abangikezanga ikhiya ke ibona abangivulela.
To do what?
To receive the suspect that they did not want to hand over to me.
Ukuthi ke ngamukeleke umsola loyo ibona ke bebengafuni ukuthi bamdlulisele kumina.
Does that not mean handing over, according to you? Because they let the doors open for you to gain access to him. Is that not handing over?
In terms of the pro forma, my lord, the pro forma says he was brought to me by in my office. So he was not brought to me by anyone in my office. Hence, I did not complete it. I went and fetched him.
Ngoba le form ke ithi walethwa usibanibani ke emletha ihhovisi kumina ke akekho umuntu owamletha mina ke ihhovisi ingakho ke kule yandawo kungabhalileke.
All right. I understand you are so fluent in Zulu. Accused is also coming from Kwanongoma. Is a Zulu speaker, and there was no need for an interpreter to be present. Is that what you are telling the court?
Yes, my lord.
Engikutshela ke lenkantolo ukuthi isiZulu ngiyasikhuluma naye ke umtholi kuya ke Kwanongoma ingakho ke uthatha ngeke isidingo ke sokuthi kube notolika.
But the pro forma is written in English.
Yes, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke iform yona ke ibhalwe nge-English.
And you had no dual responsibility to interrogate and to interpret at the same time, especially translating from English to Zulu. Do you agree?
My lord, we communicated in isiZulu. I wrote in English. I read the document to him, and we agreed what I wrote was the truth.
Sasikhuluma ke ngesiZulu, mangibhala mina ke ngibhale ngayo so ke isiNgisi noma ke ngibhale ngayo ke English, ngamfundela ke sasivumelana ukuthi yebo lokho engikubhalile ke mina ke kungaleyo ndlela ke noma kuyiqiniso.
My lord, may I approach the prisoner? Thank you, Madam, for your indulgence. Let's just quickly correct this thing. You said Mr. Spear was coming from, or he told you that he was coming from Gwanongoma.
Yes.
Yebo ngatshela uyena ukuthi buya kwaNongoma.
But that is incorrect because he just told me that he is from Emashabatini. Was he misleading you?
It means he was.
Kusho ukuthi ke wangikhohlisa ke uma kuukuthi manje uthi yena ubuya eMahlabathini.
So let's get back to the issue of an interpreter. Hence we said the pro forma was made in English and you assumed the duties of an interpreter. And you are not an interpreter. You are a police officer, a justice of peace, as you have indicated. Is that correct?
My Lord, in assuming the interpretation, I do not understand what Mr. Mgomez would expect me to say. I'm saying to this court, I communicated to the accused in Isizulu, completed the form that was in English, read it back to him, and he was satisfied.
Angazi ke ukuthi usho ukuthini ke umnumzana uMngomezulu uma ethi ke kathatha ke umsebenzi ke kaTolika ngoba ngishilo ukuthi ngamkhulumisana ke naye kumsola ngesizulu iform lena ke ibhalwe ngayo ke English ngase ngimfundela yona ke sase siyazwana ukuthi lokho ngibhalile ngempela ke kuyiqiniso.
In this form, what is of paramount importance prior to the pointing out or pointings out was to explain the constitutional right of the accused. Is that so?
That's true, my Lord.
Iqiniso ukuthi kusemqoka ke lana kuyona ke leform ukuthi ke uchazeke noma umchazeleke ngamalungelo akhe ke anawo ngomthetho sisekelo.
Among other rights that you have explained, right to remain silent, I'm happy with that. Right to legal representative, I'm happy with that. Right against self-incrimination. Sorry, I confirm that. Right. Thank you. Say, from the right to remain silent, you even explain the consequences of not remaining silent.
That's true.
Kulokhu ukuthi ke angathula angasho lutho ngimtshela ke nokuthi imiphumela ukuthi angathulike ukuthi iyini.
But what I fail to understand from the rights that you have explained to him is the response that you got from the accused. The answer was, yes, I understand. Do you understand? Is there anything else he said other than, yes, I understand?
If there was anything else, my Lord, I would have mentioned it.
Ngaphandle kwaleta ke impendulo ebhalwe lana ke ukuthi yebo ngiyezwa uma kukhona okunye awayekushilo ngabe ke ngikushilo ke lokho.
Say, let us be realistic. You are asking, you are informing the person about his rights. That person, after he has been informed, you're the one who owes such an explanation to him. He says to you, yes, I understand. So you expect him to say something, yet the answer, yes, I understand. You make no follow-up to say, what do you understand and what is your answer from what you understood? You don't make a follow-up on that one. You are happy with the answer.
Yes.
Ukuthi ke bangangilinde lokunye noma asho kunye yebo mina nganyaniseka ke uma ethi yebo yezwa.
I will take it as a no. He did not understand because you did not make a follow-up in terms of what was he going to respond on what you have read to him.
My Lord, my communication with the accused after I had explained to him was, do you understand the warning I've given to you? And he said, yes, I understand.
Ekukhulumisana kwami naye ke emuva ukuthi ngimchazele ngimbuza ke ukuthi uyasizwa yini esixwayiso wathi yebo ngesizwe.
That will never change the context of my question. My question is, the positive answer is said, yes, I understand. But you never made an obligation to say, what do you understand from these rights that I've explained to you? And you never solicited any answer from that answer to say, I understand.
My Lord, there was no reason for me to further inquire because I read the rights, all of them to the accused.
All right.
If he says he understands what I informed him of.
Kusasingekho ke isidingo sokuthi ngiphinde futhi okunye ngoba ke amalungelo ngamfundela onke wase esho ke ukuthi ke uyezwa uzwa lokhu mina engimxwayise ngakho noma engimfundele kona.
Let me give you an example. He says, yes, I understand the right to legal representation. What was after he understood? Sorry. My Lord, it has been indicated that it's time to adjourn for the next day. So, what time is it? After 15:30.
Colonel, are you available tomorrow?
Yes, my Lord.
From Rustenburg, you travel from Rustenburg?
No, I'll be at home in Muhlapi. Yeah.
Oh, you got, okay. I was going to ask about the potholes. Okay, tomorrow.
Thank you, madam.
I'm under oath right now. There's not much to say, or there's not much that I can say right now.
Sure.
But obviously, this is a democratic country. I was just merely exercising my rights. And I feel that that is why even the court took about 2 days or so.
Hi guys. Right, this is very interesting. There's a lot of things that actually took place today, and hey, this guy is being opened up. You see, Jeffrey, I wanted to answer you on that one. You are saying it's a stupid question from this attorney. If someone says he understands, why must you ask understanding what? Yeah, definitely. No, you need to be clear. You see, when you're talking to somebody, don't assume. Because you are supposed to actually explain. You are supposed to explain and actually indicate what is it that is understanding. So that's what I'm just picking up. The advocate is actually making him to be very clear, not working on assumptions. He assumed. You see, they were both speaking in Zulu, and if you check, as they were speaking in Zulu, the document they are with is written in English. So now the translation which was supposed to be made was supposed to be clear, so that this guy will actually know what is it all about. So yeah, this is quite interesting. We've seen quite an interesting one today. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see a lot of things that will take place. We'll see some things that will happen. That is tomorrow. Definitely we'll see tomorrow how it is going to unfold, because there's a lot that has been going on. There's a lot that has actually taken place, and definitely we will see how it unfolds tomorrow. I believe you'll be ready to see how Ngomesulu is going to deal with this man nicely. You see, slowly but surely he's getting there. Slowly but surely he is getting there. He is getting there. Obiteng, you're saying, look at Munisi, you are laughing. Mabote, you're saying, to add on what you are saying, admin, the accused didn't give answer to whether or not he wants an attorney or that he can afford one or he doesn't want one. He only understood he has a right to. Exactly. No, I agree with you I agree with you very much. Trust, you're saying who is testifying? The one who was testifying was Colonel something. It was Colonel James Radebe is the one who is on the Caesar. You're saying he is not assuming. He stated that he understood what he was told, especially when their conversation was in isiZulu. Now you are wrong, Mhlekas. Let's argue to agree. The translation, if it was done by an interpreter, the one who was taught in that, because remember, when we are translating Caesar, we can actually say some things similar, not exactly the same thing. We can make something similar. I'm not sure, but that's my own my thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's why this advocate wanted it to be like, why was it not done by a professional? You see, that's what he wanted. Non-Hlanhla is saying, and don't forget, UCBA is a primary education level. Okay, this one is what? This one is what? This one is it CBA? Is it CBA? Okay. Yeah, is it CBA, this one, or Radebe? Who's this one? How many people came today? There was Tshepiso, there was James Radebe. I'm not sure. Yeah, yeah. Mabote is saying understanding and agreeing to something are different things. Exactly. Explain further, Mabote. Explain further, because we want everything to be much clearer, because one thing that happens is when you look at it, according to law, the way I'm seeing it, the way I'm learning it, you realize that there are some things that you don't just say I concur or I agree with. You need to actually be sure of what you're talking about. All right, guys, I'll see you again tomorrow. Then I'll see you again tomorrow, God willing. Let me quickly sign out. See you.
Ngiyakumemeza nguma wakho namhlanje ngithi awukhulume mntanami, uyamazi umuntu okudubula yalazi igama lakhe. Baba kaSenzo, hlangana noSenzo, mndeni wakaMeyiwa kaNomdaka kasingile, hlanganani namhlanje. Amaqiniso ahlala oba nesikhathi sidiniwe. Othi bedlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali ezinkulu. Imali ibhadile lapha ingane kaSenzo bayazi nokuthi ifunda ngani esikoleni. Bazozenza lezimali, bazoyenza le mali. Bayazi nokuyazi sikhatheni. Vuka Senzo, vuka mntanami ethuneni. Baba kaSenzo, vuka. Vukani nime nilwe. Ilwani manje sethe ukuthi nilwe. Mndeni wakaMeyiwa basingile baphikhozi. Vukani emathuneni. Vuka namba abantu badlala ngathi sekwanele. Badlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali. Hayi kwanele manje. Lezinyembe sizikhalayo zincane ngenjabulo sisazojabula mndenini wakaMeyiwa. Kwanele. Ngiyakumemeza nguma wakho namhlanje ngithi awukhulume mntanami, uyamazi umuntu okudubula yalazi igama lakhe. Baba kaSenzo, hlangana noSenzo, mndeni wakaMeyiwa kaNomdaka kasingile, hlanganani namhlanje. Amaqiniso ahlala oba nesikhathi sidiniwe. Othi bedlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali ezinkulu. Imali ibhadile lapha ingane kaSenzo bayazi nokuthi ifunda ngani esikoleni. Bazozenza lezimali, bazoyenza le mali. Bayazi nokuyazi sikhatheni. Vuka Senzo, vuka mntanami ethuneni. Baba kaSenzo, vuka. Vukani nime nilwe. Ilwani manje sethe ukuthi nilwe. Mndeni wakaMeyiwa basingile baphikhozi. Vukani emathuneni. Vuka namba abantu badlala ngathi sekwanele. Badlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali. Hayi kwanele manje. Lezinyembe sizikhalayo zincane ngenjabulo sisazojabula mndenini wakaMeyiwa. Kwanele.
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable. We are not celebrating in Free State because of ACE. ACE is not a factor in the EFF. We exist with or without ACE. We were celebrating in Cape Town, the Gooks, in Gooks, we're going to Gooks. It was the structures of the EFF in Cape Town who said July is not